Welcome, everybody. We are going to start our virtual Central Valley Birding Symposium. And I want to welcome all of you to the 25th Central Valley Birding Symposium. Yes, we are celebrating our silver anniversary virtually, if you can believe it. But nonetheless, we're giving it a shot. And thank you all for tuning in live. I see that there is more than a handful of you actually on at this very moment, but I know that a lot of you have registered. According to what we have at the moment, and I know people can be registering throughout the day and even tomorrow, that we have about 175 registrants that have decided to join us on our virtual event. So welcome all of you, and thank you for joining. So my name is David Yee, and I will be your host. And last year we did not do our event. This year we're doing it virtually. And just so that you have an idea, especially for those of you that are joining for the first time, traditionally, this time when I'm doing this introduction, it is on Thursday evening. We started about 7. And we've had a bunch of free food, a bunch of alcohol. And by the time I'm on, it is like, people, calm down, get in your seats. And it's like children trying to get everyone kind of like in place, because we're all so happy to be together. Everyone is so happy with all of the free food they've been able to eat. And of course, there's the alcohol. So right now it's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Friday. And if you are eating, good for you. And if you are drinking alcohol, doubly good for you on a Friday afternoon. And I'm looking at my crew here, and we did actually have some wine. I don't know how many of them actually had some wine, but they look pretty giddy. And we're having a good time. So just so that you all know, I'm not alone, and I like that. So we, the Central Valley Birding Symposium Committee, we decided to, a long time ago, to meet as a group, at least some of us. So I am not just in my bedroom at my home. I'm actually at the home of Francis Oliver, and we are together. There are some of us here, including Pat Bacchetti and Lily Douglas, and it is so way fun. And we thought we would do that. I think they're doing it for me, just so that I don't feel like I am totally all by myself. And I think all of you know, again, if you have been attending this event for a while, you know I need cues, especially from Frances. If I'm messing up, she tells me. If I'm going on too long, she tells me. So, and Pat will do that too, and so will Lily. So I'm in good company with that. And it just helps with I think it's helping me just do the virtual event. It doesn't feel so all alone, even though I cannot see you, I cannot hear you, I cannot tell you guys to be quiet because you're too loud, you've drunk too much alcohol. I don't have that kind of response. And so I just needed something. So we're having a good time, and I truly wish we could all be together, but that's not the case. Usually when we get together at this time for 24 years, 23 actually, we had a long discussion about what anniversary this is. So last year we had no event, but it was the 24th. And so we're just claiming this as our 25th, as our silver anniversary. And for those of you that have been coming a long time, you know one of the first things I ask at the live event is, who has come like at least 10 times and then 15 times? Who's had come like all of the times? And I'm always amazed, we're all amazed at how many people come repetitively to the event. And it just speaks well for a lot of things. It speaks well for our event. It speaks well for our bird club. And it also just tells me how much we like each other's company, that birders are truly a tribe and we get together. So, but it can't do that this time. I can't tell you, I cannot ask any of you, like, how many times have you come, or who has come from New York, or, where you all have come from. So going to have to do without that. But regardless, I just want to say that no matter how many times you have come or attended, welcome. But especially for those of you that are attending for the first time. And we really want to welcome you to this event, the Central Valley Birding Symposium. One thing I want to mention right from the get-go is when you attend the symposium, you become an automatic member of the Central Valley Bird Club. And we put out a wonderful publication. Can you see it? It's maybe not showing up real well. It's called Central Valley Birds. It's a wonderful publication that's put out quarterly. In front of my face. Francis has put it right here.
Nope.
Yeah?
Nope.
Because you know how these video things are. Anyway, it's a wonderful publication that is edited by Dan Arola. We're so fortunate to have a wonderful editor in Dan. He took over the long-time job that Tim Manolis did for many, many, many years. And now we have Dan, and he's ably assisted by Francis, and they put out a very timely quarterly publication. I understand the new one is just about done, and you'll all be receiving that. So yes, even though this is a virtual event, once you attend this event, you become an automatic member of the Bird Club. And for those of you that don't know, we are an actual organization, a nonprofit organization with a president and a whole set of officers. In fact, right after I speak, you will hear from our president, Pat Bacchetti. She's like right here, and she will go on right after me and talk about the Bird Club, some business aspects of the Bird Club. But we are a rural organization that has been in existence for 25 years, and we're very proud of that. Our publication is one of our hallmark things. It is very similar to Western Birds, and I'm proud to say that we fashioned ourselves, that publication, a lot after Western Birds and the Western Field Ornithologist. That was one of Tim Manolis's dreams, and it continues to this day, and it's a legacy that I know the organization is very, very proud of. So welcome also then to the Central Valley Bird Club. We have a regular symposium committee. It's been obviously very difficult for us to get together for the past 2 years. We've done it virtually, and which is hard. We're a very close-knit group. Most of us have been doing this now for years, and we have just really grown fond of each other's company. We feel that that's why our event is so successful, is because we work very well together as a group. We know each other real well. We know how to cover each other's backs, and we just really take a lot of good input from each other and from you club members. So, but typically what we would do at the live event is acknowledge everyone that is there and everything, but we can't do that. But I at least want to mention them. You will see Pat in a little bit here, but right now here with me, which is wonderful, I'm looking at both of them right now, is Francis and Lily, and they are, big time parts of this committee. Linda Pittman may show up a little bit later, but Linda is part of our group. Susie Nishio, Chris Kennard, Cliff Hawley, Linda Gal, Jan and Dan Tankersley, and my wonderful wife Sue are all very much part of this symposium committee. And we didn't do anything last year. This year, we're obviously doing it virtually, but we still got together virtually. We met, we bounced things off. We made the big decision to do it this year. We were going to try to do it live, but we had to make a final decision in May with the Hilton, which has been our site for almost the entire time. We worked very closely with the Stockton Hilton, and they were very upfront with us way back in May, saying, we don't know what it's going to be like in November. We can't make any promises. So we just had to make the decision then to not do it because we didn't know what we were going to be, how it was going to be today. So we're virtual, but the committee has been very, very busy, still working things, still trying to make this event something that where we can at least get together and where you hopefully will get a good product. It was really important for us to get someone that knew what they were doing virtually. And so under a lot of good recommendation, we got Jen Hodge. And for those of you that have done, there's Jen there. If you have attended the virtual San Diego Bird Festival, and then just over this past summer, the Western Field Ornithologists Convention, Jen was the one that literally and virtually, helped to put the whole thing together. So we were very fortunate to have Jen. Thank you, Jen. You've been wonderful. She has been so very helpful. As we go along with this event, and if you have any problems, questions, housekeeping kind of things related to the event, especially from a virtual standpoint, Jen will always be available. You can do the chit chat thing. You can do the question and answer thing. Just type it right in there. Jen will see it. She'll respond to you and hopefully help you get the information that you need, help you to better understand what you need to do. Assisting Jen a lot during this whole time of setup. I did nothing. I am a total baby boomer when it comes to tech stuff. So I'm worthless. I've been worthless this entire time, at least when it comes to virtual stuff. And both Pat and Francis said us too, we just are not going to be of much help here. So we have counted on our younger staff group here, and that would be Cliff and Lily. So thank you, Lily. And Cliff, I know you're out there. Saw your little note there. So thank you, Cliff. They were wonderful in helping Jen help us put this whole thing together. So we were very fortunate to have that. So again, yeah, any issues that come up, really want to make sure that you're taken care of. Send a thing off to Jen. If for some reason you also, oh, right. They're having, it's so wonderful having my crew here. Do not call Jen, that is for sure. If you need to actually make a phone call, that's what I would do. Call Cliff or Lily. Their phone numbers are online, and you should have gotten an email with their phone numbers. If you didn't see it, it's there, and you'll get another one tomorrow. So for sure, if you are having troubles, if you're like going, I cannot understand what's going on, I'm dropping, I'm confused, whatever, that would be me. They will take your phone calls, and I would be right on the phone right away. I need someone to talk to. There's Cliff saying it. Call me, beat me up, beat me to it. So anyway, thank you both, Cliff and Lily, for doing that. And hopefully for those of you that are, if something happens, do that. And if you get this note recording, then hopefully you will know what to do as well. I especially want to also acknowledge those of you that are the so-called young birders. You know, that is a big part of our organization. It always has. It's a very big passion and priority for both the Bird Club and the Symposium, is to promote birding and our event and organization to young birders. Who classifies as a young birder is kind of questionable, but for me, it's pretty much anyone under the age of 50. But I'm getting old. I've been doing this for such a long time. But no, seriously, it probably anyone that's college or high school age. And for those of you that are on in that age group, especially welcome you. I understand that there is a new bird club that's started up at UC Davis. So I understand some of you maybe are registered. So for those of you that are part of that group, welcome. And any young birder group, I know that there are several young birder organizations, clubs that have gone up all over Northern California, all over the state and the country. Good for you guys. And hopefully some of you are online. We give out scholarships, and I know Cliff will be talking about that, I believe, tomorrow. And some of those young birders that win all those scholarships, they will be presented and featured. So again, for those of you that are truly in those age groups, we especially welcome you and encourage you to continue to be part of our group. One of the big things that I just kind of wanted to mention during my little time here is how difficult and challenging it is for me personally to not be able to see you guys. Because I would be spending a lot of time talking about that at the live event, is wanting to hear from you guys, would love to hear what's going on with various people that have been attending our event for a long time. We would celebrate, people's birthdays. I'll never forget a couple years ago how we celebrated Louise McCullough's 100th birthday. It was coming up. And that was such a special time for all of us. It meant a lot to all of us that know Louise. And I think that's a big part of what our event is about. And we want that kind of interaction with one another. Didn't have it at all last year. And this year we're doing it this way. I do know, and I speak for, I know a lot of people, but I just personally want to say how much, and I miss you guys, and how challenging and difficult it is to just, be a birder the way I've been and just not being able to see you guys. A big part of I'm saying this now selfishly, that one of the big reasons why my wife Sue and I started this event back in 1997 is we selfishly were wanting to figure out a way to get all our birding friends together. And I know when we were talking to Tim Manolis at the time, the three of us would get together and brainstorm all this. And we got a group of people together back in that time. And we just said, we just love getting together. It's a big part of what is a big part of birding, is us getting together. And right now that is something that, again, we're going on 2 straight years of not having that. I know that it's happening on all levels for people's lives, gatherings, getting together, families, social gatherings, and for sure for us as birders, it has impacted us. It's impacted me personally. I just wanted to just share that I find it very interesting that over the past 25 years, during the life of this event, that it was in year 5 that was the fall of 2001. 9/11 had just happened. We celebrated our 5th year right after 9/11. And I'll never forget how meaningful it was for us to come together at that time. It was like we just wanted each other's company. It was something that meant a lot to us. And I'll never forget that back in our 5th year. Interestingly enough, our 10th year, which is in 2007, was right at the beginning of the Great Recession. And I remember it was like, can we do this? Will people come? We had a drop off, obviously, in attendance just because the economy was so greatly affected during that period. But for those of us that came and, and we have come through it, but it meant a lot for us to come together at that time. And just to be able to be there for each other, to talk about things. We got there to bird. We got there to get educated, to hear wonderful speakers and wonderful programs. But a big part of the event was we just want to be in each other's company. We're all going through a lot of stuff. Our 20th year, 5 years ago, was a really interesting time. It was when the great fires of Northern California started. And for those of you that came that year, you'll all remember, it was like, can we even go out? The smoke from the fires was so heavy into the Central Valley. I'm born and raised in this valley. I've never seen anything like it. Now it's every year. But at the time, it was like, what is happening? And, it was, we talked about it. Should we cancel the event? Because how are we going to do this? People driving in the smoke, people out in the smoke. How do we even do field trips when it's a health hazard? But, we decided that we need to do that just because we need to get together. It was impacting, especially all of us in Northern California and in the Central Valley in particular, in the Bay Area, so severely. It's like, we just need to get together. We just need something to take our minds off of what's going on here. And it really was. I'll never forget how during the field trips, we could do no field trip in the valley proper. And so everyone spontaneously just went up into the foothills. It was just amazing. Went to spots that the group field trips have never gone before. And everyone had the best time. It was like so spontaneous, but yet so creative. It really showed me how you get people together during times of crisis that are of like mind with the same passion, and things happen. Wonderful, positive things happen. And here we are on our 25th. I will have to say that what is going on today probably is, from a hardship standpoint, from a throwing us off of our kilter, from trying to figure things out, this might be the biggest. It's just so difficult. And it's been difficult now for a while. And how to even do it. Here we are, and I'm trying to just say, we're still doing it. And if there's anything that I would want to just really impart as your host and as someone that has done this now for a long time and kind of really feel that this is something that I like, is that we are a group. We're a tribe that gets together. We have each other's back. We are a support group. And if there was ever a time when we need that, it is now. It's really, really now. I think I say this at every introduction to the meeting, and I think I'll just have to kind of say it again, is that for me personally, and my wife and I belong to a lot of different groups. We have a lot of different organizations. We're very active in that way. But one thing that I have seen about people that like to get out into the outdoors, and birds and birding is just a conduit for that. I don't think it's really birds and birding that really is the key thing. I think what it is we have this love for the outdoors, for nature, and what it provides. And I know for myself, and I've heard this, is we are just really reflections of the people we hang out with. Whoever you keep company with, whoever I keep company with, I'm merely a reflection and a composite of the company I keep. And if I am changing that group, I will change. That's kind of, I think, the way we are. And I know that birders, their love for the outdoors is something that is a passion. It's kind of an identity thing. I have seen consistently in the people that I hang out with that are birders, that they have this love for education. They have a passion for the truth. They see art and life in the outdoors, and they have a strong desire to pass that on, to educate with it, to uplift each other with it. And all I know is for myself is I want to be around people like that. I want to be like that. And the group of birders, despite all of their backgrounds, where they come from, culturally, religiously, politically, I have found consistently that birders and people that love the outdoors have a greater desire to find the similarities in each other than the differences. Differences in the world is nothing new. How the world wants to divide us and break us up into clans and different people groups and, you know, just different cults and whatever has always been. It's nothing new today. All I know is I am always looking for those people and the type of people that look to things that bring us together, despite our different backgrounds, what unifies us. And I really get that a lot from birders. And if this club and this event can somehow be part of that, can somehow encourage that whole thing along with birds and birding, I'm all for it. And I'm so hopeful that that's what birding has done for you folks. I do know this, that in the past, it's now almost 2 full years. It's hard to believe that. In the past 2 years, I have never been more in demand, and I say that in a very, very positive way. I've never been in more demand. What I know has never been desired more than now by people that just say, can you just tell me about the outdoors more? Can you take me out? Can my family call you, David? And can you just take us out and share about with us this passion that you have for birds? We know nothing about birds. We just need someplace with someone that can get us out where we can be safe. Not in a restaurant, not in a movie theater. We just need to go someplace right now where we can feel that we can be in the outdoors, in safety, and having a good time. I don't know if that's been you folks, but it sure has been that way for me. And if it hasn't been, just make yourself available. There's never been a better time, I think, than for us, especially as birders, to be able to make a difference during this difficult time. How long this time is going to go, who knows? I like you, just hope it ends very quickly. I don't know how we're going to be a year from now when we are planning the 26th Central Valley Birding Symposium. I'm hoping that we can come live. That is my expectation. But regardless of what happens over the next weeks, this winter, months, I think that we as birders, those of us that have this collective passion for the outdoors that unifies us, that emphasizes our similarities bigger and more than our differences, that's wonderful. And we can do something with that. And we can do something very positive with that. So I hope this event is something that's just along with that, that it helps to provide something that celebrates how we are very similar in our passions, it gives us something to kind of just hold on to that is hopeful, that also educates us, and also brings us together. As we go through the event, one thing that's obviously in the programming, and you can just get that right online, it's right there as to what the schedule is. There will be little breaks. The breaks are very, very important for Jen, in particular, Jen Hodge, to coordinate everything. Actually, a lot of them are 15-minute breaks, and that's actually kind of a short time. But if it looks like it goes longer, be patient with that. For those of you who have done any of this virtually, sometimes it's a lot of work for Jen to coordinate with the upcoming speaker, get them online, get everyone on the same page. But that's why there's all these breaks. During those breaks, Jen is going to do her very best as well to put things in there that will promote a lot of what our club is about, what's going on with our events, blurbs about different things. So look for those. Again, if you have any questions about what's going on, if you want any information, you can do something to Jen, but for sure call Cliff or Lily. Am I doing good? Okay, Francis is cueing me here, and it is 1:30. Thank you, Francis. She's snapping the whip at me. I think these gals have had too much wine. Oh my word. Right now, I want to acknowledge our sponsors. I think a lot of you that have come in past years know that our event and the club survives on the support from various entities, companies, organizations, and a lot of individuals. This year, there were a lot of people have given way and far beyond. You know, during times like this is how a lot of nonprofits are surviving, is off the generosity of members and people. They want to be able to contribute, and they've been doing it in this way. But I want to acknowledge 3 of our sponsors in particular that have been very, very supportive, and they've done a lot. They have donated sizable chunks of money to the event and to our bird club. The first one I want to acknowledge is the Central Valley Joint Venture. They far and away gave us the most amount of funds, just amazing. The Central Valley Joint Venture, if you don't know what that organization is about, you'll hear about it tomorrow. If you've seen on the program, Lily's right here in front of me, she's like laughing. Lily Douglas, our own Lily Douglas, is the assistant coordinator to the event. You know, when I said, Lily, what is your title? Are you like the VP of organizations there? And she just goes, no. I wish I had a nice fancy title of being, but she is the assistant coordinator, and she is part of our event, part of our board. And she will actually be speaking a little bit tomorrow. So if you want to hear more about the Central Valley Joint Venture, you can tune in then, be sure to. But you should, just because that organization has really been wonderful in supporting our event. They've been doing it for many years, but this year they really came through and made a sizable donation to us. So thank you, Central Valley Joint Venture. Thank you, Lily, for being part of that. And we really appreciate you for being part of our organization. And again, you'll be hearing more about the Central Valley Joint Venture tomorrow. Out of This World is an optic company based in Mendocino County. They do a lot more than optics, but what they do a lot for us as the Central Valley Birding Symposium is to provide optics. They've been a constant presence at our event. They always have the biggest booth right there on the mezzanine at the Hilton. It's always at their booth, and it's more than one. It's usually about 3 tables where everyone is at. Sometimes it's like they have more people at their table than what's going on in the programs inside the ballrooms there. And for good reason, is they have everything optic-wise. They are just a really, really fine optical representative company that represents pretty much every major optical company in the country, in the world. They are wonderful. But probably better than that is they know birders. Marilyn and James are birders themselves, and they know birders. If you have a need and you have a budget, you call them, you get in touch with them, and they will help you figure out the best binocular, the best spotting scope, the best tripod, and any other type of accessory, including photography types of things that you'll need. You need an adapter for your iPhone, call them. You need something a strap, a binocular strap that's better than the one that you got on now, get in touch with them. You can call them by phone. They have a wonderful online presence, and they have a great website. They have a wonderful store. If you have not gone to their store, you need to. Take a trip just up to Mendocino County. Mendocino, I think it's near Fort Bragg?
It's in Mendocino.
It's in Mendocino. Is that Fort Bragg? Kind of, sort of, maybe?
Below Fort Bragg.
Below Fort Bragg. Thank you, Frances. She's a county birder. She knows the geography of all the counties in the state of California. It is just below Fort Bragg, north of Sonoma County. If you want to take a wonderful vacation, you go there at Sonoma County, Mendocino County, bird there like crazy. Go and visit Out of This World. and they will take care of you. In addition to being a wonderful sponsor to our event, and they were this year, they are offering a 10% discount to all of the registrants of our event. And that 10% discount is extended all the way to February. In other words, if you don't get what you want from Santa, you can still go to them in up to February and say, you know, my wife, my husband did not get me the pair of binoculars I was wanting, so I'm taking their cut of the money and going to go buy this. Go and buy what I want. But you can get it from James and Marilyn right there at Out of This World. Again, they're wonderful and they'll help you. And thanks again, James and Marilyn. I don't know if you guys are listening in. They're so busy, but I thank you. We thank you. And the club thanks you. Take advantage of their wonderful offer with that. The final group I want to acknowledge is Swarovski Optic. And again, if you have attended our event in past years, they always have that booth right next to Out of This World. They're like, you know, compadres. They work it together. They feed off of one another. Swarovski Optics, if you don't know about Swarovski Optics and you are in need of just a wonderful binocular, a wonderful scope, you need to check them out. You can check out their website. You can talk to James or Marilyn about it. They will help you. But the key people that have been instrumental with us personally has been Clay Taylor, who now resides in Texas, and Bruce Webb, who local guy right here, one of our original founding members of the Bird Club and the Symposium, who is right there in Folsom area, Granite Bay. Ooh, I probably got in trouble there saying that. Sorry, Bruce, I said Folsom, Granite Bay. And I think both of them are available online if you want to get in touch with either Bruce or Clay about your interest in a Swarovski optic. Probably the best. I'll say that unabashedly. I think it's the best optic to look through. I don't have all of them. I wish I did, but they are the finest optic I think in the world. Just like, wow, they're that good. So if you have a need for them, do that. They're a major sponsor. They're the ones that are having, you know, that wonderful promo at the beginning was provided by Bruce Webb of Stuff in the Valley. But thanks again, Swarovski, Clay and Bruce. We appreciate your guys' support so much. You have been part of this event and part of our club since day one. I mean, a wonderful support to us. Those are the sponsors I really want to kind of mention at this time. There's a lot of other groups and individuals that have contributed mightily to the symposium and to the Bird Club. Just want to say thank you. I know Pat will probably say some things about them as well, but thank you. Thank you for your support, all of those. And finally, I just want to say thank you to all of you attendees. You know, we are nothing without you guys. Your presence, your support, you have not backed down at all during this time of not getting together. In fact, most of you have stepped up. You've actually been more present. I'm kind of just amazed. I personally am shocked that, you know, there's about 108 of you that decided to register for this thing. And whether all of you actually tune in or even see the recording, I don't think that really was an important thing. I think you just really wanted to still remain connected to the club, to this event. And I personally want to say thank you. And I know I speak for the entire committee and for the club. So thanks again. I'm going to now have President Pat speak.
Thanks for coming. And we're really thrilled because this has been kind of a challenge for, you know, as older people to put together something. You remember when Zoom meant that you get in your car or you would get in the plane to go on a birding trip, and that was all Zoom meant? Well, but Zoom has also allowed us to have this meeting, and for that we're very grateful, and to, you know, virtually see all of you. So I'd just like to thank everyone for signing up. That allows you to then become members again of the club. And we've, you know, the Bird Club has got about 300 members, which is really, really great. And I'd like to thank everyone that helped us put this together. Francis and Susie Nishio are instrumental in getting this going, and catching all of the details. So Susie did registration again this year. Frances again acted as the Queen Mother. She catches all of the details, and so off we go. So even in spite of the fact that we've had this global pandemic for the last 2 years, the club has been able to remain active. The board's been meeting via Zoom, and there have been some significant things that have happened for your bird club. And first of all, the publications committee under Dan Arola has been very, very active. And Dan has, with the Central Valley Birds, with our publication, he's actually gotten some of the articles now peer reviewed. And John Dunn called me this morning to remind me that makes our publication a significant contributor to the scientific body of knowledge about birds in Central Valley. So that's a big deal, and that your club is doing, and that your contributions to the publication fund are doing. The other really significant thing that we did is, the club published 2 special monographs this year in the last 18 months. The first was Dan Arola's monograph on purple martins in the Sacramento Valley, in urban Sacramento. So life under the fast lane, ecology and conservation of the bridge nesting purple martins in urban Sacramento. This is a significant work on a species that is really endangered, is maybe going away in Sacramento. And he has been with these birds and with this population of birds for the last 30 years. It's significant to get all of the data that he's collected and others have collected together in one place. The second book that is just out, and you'll hear about just in a few minutes from one of the authors, Ed Pandolfino, is the Sacramento County breeding birds compared. It's a comparison from the first breeding bird atlas that was not published 30 years ago with an eBird breeding bird survey over the last 3 years, and all the authors are associated with our club. So Ed Pandolfino, a longtime member and friend of the club, our own Lily Douglas, who is on the board. She did all the GIS and the layout. Tim Manolis, one of the founding members of the club, and the doer of the breeding bird atlas 30 years ago, the first breeding bird atlas in Sacramento County, and Chris Kennard, who is just the recent past president, has gone off on the board in the last couple of years. I wish I could show them to you, but with the virtual background here, I can't put things up without it blanking out. Oh, maybe this will work a little bit. No, not really. Anyway. I urge you to take a look at them. Both publications are available on the website, the Central Valley Bird Club website, and there's a PayPal link, and you can find them there and order them there, and we'll get them out to you. So for a small regional bird club, having 2 publications like this and the bulletin, that's really great. So that's one of the things that we've been doing in the last couple of years. Second major issue is with conservation. The American River Parkway Plan was recently commented on by several of our board members and expert members of the club. So through Dan Arola's work on the Conservation Committee, we can, as a club, offer expert commentary on some of these conservation issues of concern in the Central Valley. And if you as members have something that comes up in your community, anywhere in the Valley, that you would like the club to consider, email Dan Arola, email any one of us, you can find us on the website of the Bird Club. And, your voice, our voice carries weight. And so, don't hesitate to contact us. The other really exciting thing that we did was we established 2 grants for college students or graduate students who are doing research work on birds in the Central Valley. That money, it's $1,500 a project. That money comes out of the Waldo Holt Fund, the Conservation Fund. And we actually awarded 1 grant last year to a student at UC Davis, Melody Gear, and it's on blue-winged teal, the abundance and distribution of blue-winged teal in California. So a review of the last 150 years. There were radio transmitters. You'll hear about that later during tomorrow during Dan's scientific topics. Dr. Cliff Feldheim will be speaking about that project. So again, your contributions to the Conservation Fund, those are some of the things that we as a club can do to help advance scientific knowledge about birds in the Central Valley. Then of course, there's the Scholarship Fund, one of our, all of our favorites. We were able to actually send 5 young people to camp last year. The camps, the Victor Emmanuel camps decided to go ahead and have kids come. And we sent Fiona to the Wolf Ridge Advanced Banding Camp. Cliff Hawley will be bringing you up to speed on that a little bit later. But again, any of your contributions to the Scholarship Fund, we still have several kids that we will be sending. They were approved for camps when COVID hit, so they couldn't go, but they'll be going, next summer, hopefully next spring, summer, hopefully. So we have more and more young people that are interested in birding, that are developing as wonderful young birders. And, your generosity really helps them to have unique and experiences as young people at these camps. And the last thing was Lily Douglas put together an outreach committee for the board. And for the very first time, the board actually asked the membership to participate. And we had a wonderful response from you all. So Lily has been leading monthly meetings about, we're trying to work, sort of foster a safe and inclusive environment that welcomes all birders in the Central Valley and in the Bird Club. So we're educating ourselves, and we're developing materials to share with the club, with board members, with the public. And we also hope to engage with diverse and underrepresented groups who in birding and bird conservation in the Valley, so throughout the Central Valley. So it's very exciting. It's kind of a time for this issue, and the membership has shown a real interest in it. And Lily's been great about keeping the committee very well focused. One of our local members, Paul Miller from Sacramento, will be speaking on Saturday about accessibility issues and the Birdability Project that he's the regional leader of in Sacramento. And so there were all sorts of great synchronicities that were going on that we didn't know about as a club, and we're very happy to participate with. So then, we're hoping to next year we will go to live field trips again. We feel pretty safe and comfortable being outdoors with vaccinations. So Cliff Hawley will be starting to put together in-person field trips again next year. John Dunn has promised to do a field trip for us, probably in August, something with shorebirds. We'll have other things coming on that you'll be, we'll get out an email and let you know. Hopefully we'll do a field trip with the Swarovski folks as well. And so we're kind of, slowly getting back to some sort of normalcy, hopefully. And then I want to put a plug in too. If we have many members that overlap, but with Western Field Ornithologists, our sister organization that we feel very strongly about supporting. And if you don't know about WFO, check out their website. Membership is, it's very reasonable. They have a wonderful journal that comes out that's peer reviewed, and they have great meetings all over the West, and they do great field trips too. So I again want to thank all of you for coming and spending a couple of days with us. This is going to be recorded, and you'll get a link in the next week where you'll be able to go back and watch it at your convenience. I want to thank again everybody who's been involved with putting this together. So I'm going to end a little early, but then we will be back soon, and it'll be Ed Pandolfino.
Welcome back. So we're going to get ready to get our next speaker, our first speaker on. It's going to be Ed Pandolfino. And there's Ed.
There's Ed.
Hi, Ed. Good seeing you.
Hi, David.
Thanks, Ed, as always, for joining and being part of our event. Let me give you a quick introduction so you can get right into your program. Everybody, this is our first program of the event, and it's going to be with Ed Pandolfino. You can read all about Ed and what he's been about in the introduction. There's so much about him. What I would like to say personally is that Ed has been one of the biggest supporters of both WFO when I was president. He was amazing. And then of this event and the Bird Club. Ed is a workhorse. He has a great passion for whatever he does. And in this particular case, it's not only birds and birding, but organizational skills. His are amazing. And there was no one better than to analyze the results of the 2 Sacramento bird atlases that Ed Pandolfino. This is right down his alley. You're going to really enjoy what Ed has to say, and you for sure have to get that. If you haven't seen it or purchased it, you need to get the atlas that has been put together. Before I just let Ed go here, is when you read about Ed and all his accomplishments and all who he is, the thing that always stands out to me, that is, I want to ask Ed right now. Here it is. After a checkered and inconsistent college experience that included dropping out and touring Europe as a drummer for a rock and roll band, Ed finally settled down and earned his PhD in biochemistry, blah, 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 blah. Ed, there is no way for any of us to know whether any of that was true with you being a rock and roll drummer. You always tell me that you were. I've never seen you do anything music-wise. I think that's just a real good PR stunt. So welcome. We love you. Take care, Ed.
Thanks, David. Anybody who was at the last symposium in 2019 knows they saw a picture of me on the cover of Rolling Stone. So I don't know how much more proof you can get than that. Although, of course, as people know, that turned out to be a fake. But yeah, well, I don't have any real proof, but it did in fact happen. Okay, let me get started with the presentation. See if I can share my screen and go from there. Okay, we go into presentation mode. Okay, hope everybody's seeing a full screen picture of the book. And I have to confess to start off that this pretty much the entire presentation is going to be one long commercial for the book. But I want everybody to know going in that the authors aren't getting a single penny, but Central Valley Bird Club put up a sizable chunk of cash to get this published. And what we all want most of all is for them to recoup that investment. So I think anybody who lives in the Central Valley or even in California is going to find something of interest. After I share a little bit about what's in the book, everybody will want to buy a copy, which is available on the Central Valley Bird Club site. And let me hear from Jen or anybody if things are working, because my internet is a little bit weak here.
Everything's working beautifully.
Good, great. Getting warnings from the system here. Okay, let me start off, first of all, by showing you guys kind of the scale of the book. So it's not exactly coffee table, but it's a full 8.5 by 11. And I have to acknowledge the co-authors in particular, because this was really a joint effort. Everybody involved, Lily, Chris, Tim, myself, we all wrote different sections of the book. We all reviewed each other's sections. We all edited each other's sections, and everybody made their particular contribution. So very much a team effort. I think my main role was the professional pain in the butt to make sure that it actually got done and published, and kind of driving people crazy along the way to make sure we got it done, but we got it done. I also need to acknowledge, of course, as I mentioned, Central Valley Bird Club, who paid to publish the book and also helped us enormously with the second atlas. And also have to acknowledge Sacramento Audubon Society, who made a significant contribution to the first atlas. So first of all, to make sure everybody's on the same page, what is a breeding bird atlas for those who don't know? Breeding bird atlas is simply an attempt to determine the status and distribution of all the breeding birds within a particular geography. These have been done on whole country, whole state scales, and more commonly on individual county scales. And what you do first is you pick your geography. In this case, we're looking at Sacramento County, and you cut that up into 5 kilometer square blocks. And then the goal of each atlas is to determine what species are breeding in every one of those blocks. You almost never are able to get every block done, but at least the intent is to get the information for as many of those blocks as possible. That's essentially how it works. So at the end, you'll have a pretty good picture of both the status and the distribution of breeding birds in that geography. So by way of background, as has already been mentioned, Tim Manolis organized a first Sacramento County breeding bird atlas that ran from 1988 to 1993. All the data were compiled, put in a GIS format. Unfortunately, the results of that were never published. This is not an unusual circumstance with breeding bird atlases. It's the sort of project that you get a lot of enthusiasm from a lot of people at the beginning, and then over time it kind of wanes. And when you get to the hard work of actually writing it up and publish it, it often all falls on the compiler to do that. And this has happened in a few cases. There are at least 16 breeding bird atlases that have been completed in the state, county breeding bird atlases for California. Some of those have not been published because of just lack of momentum. And we are actually the first to publish the results of a second breeding bird atlas to compare. Sonoma County completed a second breeding bird atlas for that county, but it has not yet gotten published. And Marin County is actually in the process of starting, or has started, their first year of a redo of their atlas. So, and that's really where I think this gets interesting, is being able to see not only where are the breeding birds, but how have they changed over time. So in that context, 2015, I had heard about the fact that this breeding bird atlas was done for the county. So I approached Tim and Chris Kennard about doing a new breeding bird atlas to allow us to compare the two, since there's about 30 years that passed between these two. And we decided to do this one a little bit differently. Normally, the traditional BBA, you divide the county up into blocks, and then you try to get people to adopt one or more blocks and ask that person to work those blocks really hard during the entire period of the atlas, which is typically 4, 5, 6 years. We decided to do it a little differently for the second one. We decided to use the power of eBird, which would help us compile the data and also allow everybody to contribute to the atlas. And actually, this is how a lot of the new atlases, particularly some of the big state ones that are being done and redone, are being done, is using eBird. So a little bit different approach. But we did recruit a core group of the most active Sacramento County birders, and we didn't assign them blocks. Since they're all folks who spend a lot of time birding a lot of the county, we just asked them to make sure that they entered breeding codes when they did their eBird list, when they birded. The important thing that made eBird a way to do these is that not too many years ago, they introduced into eBird the ability to record breeding behaviors along with all of your checklist. So everybody was using those, and as long as they entered a breeding code, we were able to capture all those data and analyze them. Really enormously powerful way to do it. And again, this allowed anybody who was birding the county to do the same. So we, Central Valley Bird Club, set up a dedicated website. We sent out messages through the CV listserv and letting everybody know that whenever they're birding in Sacramento County, to please use breeding codes, and we'd be able to capture those data and use them. And in fact, we got a lot of that. Most of the data still came from the core group, but an awful lot of important things came from other folks who were just happened to be birding the county. So we started that second one in 2016. We used exactly the same grid and the same methods that Tim used and the same criteria for completing the atlas. And we completed data collection in 2020. All right, let's talk about the publication, which is what we're really here to talk about. First of all, it's not a traditional breeding bird atlas book. So if you've looked, if you own some other breeding bird atlases, you know that they consist mainly of individual species accounts that go into some detail about the natural history, behavior of each species that was studied in that breeding bird atlas. Well, since that had already been done multiple times by other county breeding bird atlases, we didn't see any point in reproducing all that. We thought the interesting thing for this would be to simply focus on comparisons between the two atlases. So that's really what the book is about. We looked at changes over this 3-decade or so period in land cover for the county, climate, regulatory changes, and then asked how have those changes influenced breeding bird status and distribution in the county? And that's really what the book's about. We do include maps and charts for every species that was detected or even as a possible breeder in either atlas. So we do have these individual sheets, which I'll show you an example right here. So we've got a page like this for every single species that had breeding behaviors exhibited in either atlas. And hopefully my pointer will work. I have to credit completely the layout for this to Lily Douglas. We wanted to pack a ton of information and still make it look relatively attractive and be readable. And Lily did a great job of that. So first we have a comparison of the maps, Atlas 1 versus Atlas 2. And included in this is sort of a rough idea of the land cover. So the gray is generally urbanized areas. This orange is intense agriculture. And the pale kind of yellow here is mainly grassland. So just some simple categories. Each block is identified. If there's a filled circle, it means that bird was confirmed breeding in that block. A half-filled circle means there's probable breeding of that species in that block, and an open circle means there's possible breeding. The empty ones may be because the species isn't there, or we didn't, nobody actually collected enough data to determine. Then we just have a little bit of text that again focuses on the key comparisons between the two. And we also have a graphic comparison, so you can look directly at Atlas 1 and Atlas 2 and how things have changed. We wanted to put each one of these in the broader context of general trends. And so we talk about both California and range-wide population trends. And then just a word or two about habitat and nest type. And also at the very bottom, we extracted some interesting little quotes saying how when you do an eBird list, you're able to insert comments. And Lily's idea was to just kind of spice things up by having little bits of these at the bottom of each one of the accounts, just to give a sense of what was going on with people and what they were seeing and what they were thinking about it. And you'll see an example here of this is a painting that Tim did of a white-tailed kite. And the book is interspersed with lots of Tim's art, as well as art from Barry McCabe and some nice photographs. Okay, so as you can see, not a surprise. White-tailed kite's sort of a bad news story. We've got definitely fewer birds breeding in the county, or at least the range has contracted quite a bit. Not surprising, we've been seeing general negative trends for this bird. So let's take a more of a good news example, and this is hooded oriole. Beautiful species that's only comes here for the breeding season. And it's a bird that has really continued to spread north from Southern California and the Southwest. Almost entirely because of people planting Washington palms. And you can see here that there were just a few blocks that were breeding in the old atlas, and quite a few blocks now, and pretty much any place that has these Washington palms, even in the middle of suburban neighborhoods, you're liable to get hooded orioles coming by, and especially if you've got a hummingbird or oriole feeder nearby. And an example of a quote here, I don't know if folks can read this, but one of the people that contributed said, 3 fledglings all came down to the jelly feeder, followed by an adult female, might have to buy more grape jelly. And that's certainly not bad news. All right, so what did we find? Changes in land use. Anybody who's lived in the county knows that the county has changed dramatically over these last few decades. These kind of comparison maps will give you a sense of this, and you can see generally there's more of the gray, more urbanized. There's less of this pale yellow. Hard to tell, but there's actually quite a bit more of the orange. And you can see this much better in a graph. So what we did here is compare the percent of land cover between the old atlas, and actually Lily again came up with, it's tough to get really good land cover data that you can compare going back into the 80s and 90s, but Lily turned up a data set that is ideal for this. And so you can see the pale bars are the old, at sort of the beginning or the end of the old atlas. The dark green bars are toward the end of the second atlas. And the story is really pretty simple. During the first atlas, most of the land cover in the county was actually grassland. And what's happened over time is that grassland has been significantly reduced. And it's really happened both because of more intense agriculture, particularly vineyards and orchards, which are not very good habitats for birds, and development. So really it's been development and agriculture, intense agriculture growing at the expense of grassland, which has been true really throughout the state, Central Valley, Coast Range, really throughout the state, and to a large extent throughout the whole country. Climate change. Okay, has climate changed? Well, even though it may be hard to believe on a hot day in August when it's 105, 106 degrees, the Central Valley has really not gotten significantly warmer over the last 30 or 40 years. What has happened in the summer, that is, what has happened is that winters, really early spring and winter both, have gotten significantly warmer over the last few decades. So this is Sacramento in particular, but it's kind of true in the whole Central Valley. We're having much warmer winters and early springs than we used to. So we asked the question, if that's the case, has it had any effect on the timing of breeding of birds in Sacramento County? People have found in a lot of studies, particularly back east, that there's been plenty of examples of birds changing the timing of their breeding in response to climate change. So we took a look at this, and I can say without reservation that the answer is an unequivocal maybe. So what am I talking about? To do this, we kind of combined species into particular groups based on natural history, migratory behavior, that sort of thing, and looked at each individual group. And I'll show you a graph here that's a little bit complicated, but I'll go through it. So we looked at 4 stages of breeding. First was nest building, occupied nest, a nest with young, and then finally fledglings. And what this graph shows, it compares the median date that we found for each of these behaviors between the 2 atlases. So a negative number, a green bar going down, means this tended to happen a little earlier in the new atlas. And if it goes up, it means it tended to happen a little bit later in the new atlas. So when we look at this, which is neotropical migrants, birds that winter in Central or South America and come here for the breeding season, we know that particularly back east, a lot of these birds are arriving earlier and starting their breeding earlier. But we really didn't find that. When I look at this, and keep in mind, these data are not terribly robust, so I take all of it with a grain of salt. I would look at this and say basically insignificant. Maybe they're getting here a little earlier and starting nest building, but ultimately the breeding doesn't look like it's advanced. We looked at a number of different species groups. The only one that showed what I think is probably significant change in their breeding phenology were the early breeders. So there's a lot of species that actually start breeding in what most of us would consider winter. Yellow-billed magpies, a number of raptors, some of the herons, even bush tits, Anna's hummingbird. A lot of birds start breeding quite early. And what we found is with that group of birds, it looks like they are now breeding significantly earlier. Is this, would I hang my head on this? I'm not sure, but it certainly looks that way. And it certainly is consistent with the change in weather. Winters are warmer, and that's probably allowing these birds to start nesting earlier. All right, I think a lot of people want to know right away, and we were very, very interested in seeing this. Has the number of breeding birds, the number of species of breeding bird changed, or have they increased or decreased between these two atlases? So the first atlas found 120 species showing at least some breeding behaviors, with 107 of those actually confirmed as breeders. And I think most of us expected we would see, given those changes in land cover, a decrease in breeding birds. But in fact, that's not what we found. Atlas 2 found 133 species with breeding behaviors with, this is covered up on my screen, I move this out of the way, with 119 of those confirmed. So we actually have a higher level of breeding species richness than we did 30 years ago, which certainly was a surprise to me. All right, the heart of the book is really, I guess, chapters 4, 5, and 6 in particular. And chapter 4 goes through some of the new breeders, some of the birds that no longer breed, and then a few others that we have another category. And we've kind of facetiously titled this chapter The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And I'll take you through each one of those in a second. So when we say the good, we're talking about new native breeding species, birds that did not breed here in the first atlas that are now breeding in the county. First three are definitely linked by the same factor: peregrine falcon, bald eagle, osprey. None of these birds were nesting in Sacramento County during the first atlas, and now they're all nesting in the county. And I think we probably all know the reason for this. The first atlas was started in the late 80s. DDT was finally banned in the late 70s. And of course, it took a while for species to start to recover. They were probably just beginning to recover by the end of that atlas. And now all three of these species have recovered dramatically in terms of population. And we can see the effects in the county that we now have them breeding in Sacramento County, which is great. Hood mergansers breed in the county, which did not before. If you look at field guides, you'll still be told that hood mergansers do not breed in California. That is absolutely not true. They've been breeding here in sizable numbers, particularly in the Sacramento Valley, for the last couple of decades. And both myself and Chris Kennard have published papers on this. Almost certainly they're breeding because of all the wood duck boxes that we put up. They're also a cavity nester, and they will happily use the wood duck boxes that we're putting up. In fact, they'll happily dump their eggs into a wood duck box mix of eggs, as will the wood ducks into hood merganser eggs. So they've established themselves in pretty much the whole Sacramento Valley, and to some extent San Joaquin Valley, as breeders. Here's one that may surprise people that are kind of new birders to the Central Valley. If you had reported a common raven in Sacramento County during the first atlas, you would have probably been asked for some documentation to prove that you hadn't seen crows. And now that is most certainly not true. Common ravens have become a regular species pretty much anywhere except the most urbanized areas in the county. And you can see, looking at the maps, no breeding in the first atlas and pretty widespread breeding in the county in the second atlas. Gray-tailed grackle. This is I think before some recent developments, it's considered one of the fastest spreaders. This is a bird that could only be found in the United States at the beginning of the last century in the very, very southern tip of Texas. And they started to spread very rapidly, very dramatically, and they're now found throughout much of the western 2/3 of the country, and they spread very rapidly through California and other places. I think probably to a significant degree because of a land use practice that's become much more common in recent decades, which is when development occurs in an area where there's wetland, that they're required to often set aside little patches of wetland. And so you wind up with wetland, often that becomes annual because of runoff, in the midst of urban or suburban development. And this is exactly what great-tailed grackles like, a little bit of wetland habitat close to human garbage and dog food and all that kind of stuff. And they've certainly moved into the county. I really love this bird. I really love the song, even though it drives a lot of people crazy. It's a spectacular bird. And if you know this song, you know it's piercingly loud. Here's a big surprise. Chris Kennard found least term breeding in the county in the bufferlands, and they've actually bred multiple years, some of those years successfully. This is a bird that's in big trouble range wide, so it's really an interesting development. Say's phoebe, this is a very new arrival as a breeder. We see lots of Say's phoebes in the valley in the winter, but not in the summer, not in the breeding season. And just a few years ago, they started showing up right in our area. I think Yolo County was the first breeding records, and Sacramento County now has multiple during the Atlas. Placer County has some confirmed breeding. Really cool little bird, and really not expected, I think, by most of it. And it's one of my favorite little birds. Really handsome. And what this means is this is a bird that you can hear. You're probably familiar with the call if you bird in the winter in the county, but we don't generally get to hear the song. But now that they're breeding, you'll have a chance, probably if you go to the right place at the right time, to actually hear this cool little song. All right, some other native breeders that are new to the county, didn't breed in the first Atlas. I'm just going to zip through these with a few words about each. Cattle egrets are now breeding in the county. Black rail, at least in one place, is probably breeding. This is a bird that was not too many years ago was considered not to breed inlet at all. And then there was a population discovered in the foothills. And then there have been a few places in the Central Valley floor where they've actually started to breed. Pretty interesting. Least bittern, again, not many places. A lot of these have mainly only one location, maybe one instance of having bred. Lawrence's goldfinch is an interesting one. It probably was breeding in the county. The one place where you can pretty much count on finding breeding Lawrence's goldfinches is Deer Creek Preserve. And that was private land during the first Atlas. And so probably it was just a matter of not having access to that, or would have been found. Another bird that was probably breeding in the county, but was not found. It can be a hard bird to find. We've now discovered the one reliable spot on Mice Road, grasshopper sparrow. Yellow warbler is an interesting one. This is a bird that used to be widespread and fairly common early in the 20th century in the Central Valley. And then with the reduction in our riparian habitat and the arrival of brown-headed cowbirds, they pretty much disappeared as a breeder. And now here and there, they're starting to kind of reemerge. Still, even when they do attempt to breed in the valley, they often get parasitized by brown-headed cowbirds, but they're at least making an attempt to recolonize the Central Valley. Chipping sparrow, it's an odd one because we thought if we were going to get a breeding record, it would be maybe on the very eastern edge of the county, but this one record occurred right in the heart of the valley. Dark-eyed junco, interesting because this bird has, we think of it as a montane bird in most of the areas and breeding up in the Sierra, but they've started to colonize some urban areas, Berkeley and parts of Los Angeles, and they haven't showed up in urban Sacramento yet, but that could happen. And one that probably will never happen again, breeding attempt from summer tanagers. All right, the bad. These are native species that are no longer breeding in the county. So we do have some losses, some birds that bred in the first Atlas and we could not find breeding in the second Atlas. And there's only 6 species on this list, and really none of them were ever common breeders, and they're all in range-wide or at least regional decline. So not a surprise really for any of these species. The first 2 are probably linked by the same sort of change. And that's bank swallow, which used to have a pretty sizable colony along the upper American River in the county, and they're quite gone. And lesser nighthawk, never much breeding, but a little bit of breeding in the southeast corner of the county. Both these birds have declined broadly and probably, particularly in the Central Valley, for more or less the same reason, and that's the channelization of streams that we've done. Bank swallows, as the name would imply, like to nest in these sandbanks, and they like ones that have been renewed. So if you channelize and you add a lot of riprap to keep creeks from moving around and flooding and eroding their banks, you don't get these nice, fresh, sandy banks that bank swallows like. And the other thing, the thing that lesser nighthawks like in the Central Valley, at least in the edge of the foothills, are these little sandbars that get a little bit of shrubs on them, and it allows them to breed in these sites. And again, the same thing, channelization has eliminated a lot of the meandering of these creeks and a lot of these sandbars, and there's very little of that kind of habitat left. So again, if you're picking up a message here, both about new breeders and breeders that are no longer here, and you'll see further in terms of some of the expansions and contractions of range, almost every single case, you can ascribe it to something that humans have done, either for the good or for the bad. And if you don't think we're in the the Anthropocene age, you just need to take a look at these kind of results to see that we are the main influencer, the winners and the losers. Black tern, of course, is a species that's in decline most everywhere. Never a common breeder, but used to breed in some of the rice fields and such in the northern part of the county. Okay. And then the ugly. What are we talking about ugly? This is not a pejorative term, but it just kind of fit. Here we're talking about introduced or invasive breeding species. And some of these are new breeders, did not breed in the first atlas, and some of them were just getting started. So one that was not a breeder in the first and still not considered a countable bird in the state, but that's going to change quickly because they are becoming well established throughout the state, unfortunately, because they can be hell on the local waterfowl, is mute swan. And they're breeding now in multiple places in the county. Everybody knows, I think, about Eurasian collared doves. As I said, gray-tailed grackle was considered a pretty amazing story of rapid spread until this bird came along, and again, introduced species that spread possibly from the Caribbean, ultimately into Florida, and then incredibly rapidly across the country. I think the first ones were across the border into southeastern California in the early 2000s, and within a few years they'd spread throughout the state and all the way up to Alaska. Amazing how quickly. Take a look at these maps here. No Eurasian collared doves breeding in the county in the old atlas, and almost every block has Eurasian collared doves now, for better or worse. So some birds that were just getting started as breeders in the first atlas. Old wild turkey. Some people are still surprised to learn that wild turkeys are not a native bird to California. They were introduced by then Fish and Game. And they tried several introductions over the years, mainly with captive bred birds, and they never succeeded. And then finally in, I think, 86, they released some wild Texas caught birds, and then they have absolutely exploded since then. And one thing that we have learned is that once they get used to people, they are certainly not wild. So you can see they've spread throughout the whole county and even throughout almost all the urban areas. I actually produced a record for the right in East Portal Park, which those of you who know Sacramento know this is in the middle of densely urban East Sacramento, a long way from any breeding habitat. And there was a pair of wild turkeys with two very fresh young walking around right in the middle of that park. So they've, I don't think they deserve the term wild anymore. In fact, AOU's in the process of changing some common names. Maybe they should just drop the wild from wild turkey. Canada goose. Now, of course, we have lots and lots of Canada geese, but almost none of them are what I would consider real Canada geese. We have some who come here only for the winter and do in fact breed in Canada and our Arctic, but almost all the Canada geese we have and all the ones that we have breeding in the summer are descendants of probably either deliberately or accidentally released captive birds and they've now been established as year-round breeders to the extent that they're considered a pest in some places. And you can see what's happened. Only breeding in a few spots in the first atlas, and now again, there's few places that they don't breed. Only one of these introduced exotics is disappearing, and this is true throughout its range. Ringneck pheasants. Ringneck pheasants are disappearing really throughout the whole country. So, you know, for better or worse, I do love that little call, but and the hunters may certainly be unhappy to see this bird go entirely, but this is what it looks like now. They were all over the county back in the first atlas, and now they're just in a few spots. And my guess is if it weren't for continual releases of captive birds for hunting purposes and escapes of those birds, that you know, there might not be any left at all. And this is almost certainly due to general changes in farming practice, a lot more efficient, a lot what they call cleaner farming has eliminated some of the edge habitats that these birds used to like. So we do have a couple chapters on birds that have had not necessarily disappeared, but have had substantial reductions in their breeding range, as well as a chapter on ones that have had increases in breeding range. So 8 species fall into this category. 3 of them are grassland savanna associated, which isn't a surprise. Again, we've lost so much of our grassland, which is true throughout the area, throughout the state, certainly. Yellow-billed magpies, and I think most folks know about the decline in them, a lot of it due to West Nile, but certainly some habitat effects as well, although they have adapted as Lily and Dan Arolo has shown in a paper recently. They certainly adapt well to urban settings, and that gives us some hope long-term, but not a real obligate grassland bird. However, this bird is an obligate grassland bird. Horned lark, as you can see, dramatic decline in the county. We were present in almost all the grassland areas, and now have become relatively hard to find, at least as a breeding bird. Still seem to be good numbers in the winter, but hard to find breeders now. And this, again, is true throughout the bird's range. And probably the one that makes me sadder than anything else is loggerhead shrike. As you can see, again, they were widespread and fairly common in the county, and now they're in the process of winking out. Again, something we're seeing throughout its range, and even in areas where the habitat appears to be pristine. This bird is declining for reasons I don't think we entirely understand. Really, really a shame. I know I had 2 or 3 days of pretty intense atlasing in perfect loggerhead shrike habitat, and in most of those days, I did not see a single loggerhead shrike. 5 of the species are wetland associated that have had reductions in range. Cinnamon teal, never a common breeder. Pied-billed grebe, common gallinule, American coot, northern harrier. And now let's kind of turn to the good news, some birds with significantly expanded ranges. We had 6 species that fell into that category. Of course, it depends on what you call significant. And one of those is good old Cooper's hawk. And as I think a lot of folks are learning, if they haven't already, this has really become in recent decades an urban bird. They have adapted really well to urban landscapes. They have learned how to exploit urban landscapes, probably to some extent the very bird feeders we're using to attract other birds. And if you've got one of those feeders and you've got a Cooper's hawk taking birds, you're just think of it as feeding the next trophic level up. This is what we see comparing the 2 atlases. So they were certainly around in the old atlas, but now they've really expanded. And look, almost all the expansion is in urbanized areas. So they really have learned how to adapt to these areas beautifully. And as hummingbirds, similar story. Here in the cases, it's almost certainly because of the feeders and the kind of plantings that we've done, it's given them more opportunities. And now we're going to talk about 2 species that I think amounted to the biggest surprise to all of us putting this thing together. Interesting story, both. Lesser goldfinch is one, and as you can see, a dramatic expansion as a breeder. But again, the expansion is largely within this urbanized area. Even where you see some black dots in these urbanized areas, those areas in the first atlas had a lot of open country. So they were, very, very lightly developed, still a lot of open country where you might expect lesser goldfinch. But during those years, and Tim Manolis has his personal data to confirm this for this species and the next one, you simply did not see these birds as breeders in urban neighborhoods. And now they are common throughout pretty much every urban area of the county. There's hardly an urban block that doesn't have breeding lesser goldfinches now. And the even bigger surprise and even more dramatic example of this was a western bluebird. And this is why we chose that beautiful photograph from Ed Harper as the cover for the book, is you can see the same sort of thing. Western bluebird is now a widespread urban breeding bird throughout all of these urbanized areas, including some really dense, what I would have considered not too long ago, not Western bluebird habitat. In fact, when my daughter moved to East Sacramento quite a few years ago, she asked if she should put up a bluebird box. And I said, no, these bluebirds aren't going to breed in anywhere near your neighborhood. Well, because I was the bird expert. Well, within a couple of years, I found that they were breeding every year in good numbers in East Portal Park, 3 blocks away from her house, and really throughout much of the neighborhoods. So clearly, in both of these, an example of birds that have adapted to urban landscapes fairly recently. Certainly, there have been some changes in the landscapes, but I think it's hard to argue anything other than the fact that they have really learned how to exploit these in really interesting ways. And this really deserves a lot more careful study. But wait, there is more in the book, just to give you a full flavor of what you'll find when you buy it. We've included several little interesting sidebars, and this is kind of an idea we got from Dan Arola's book on purple martins, just put some little interesting stuff that doesn't necessarily fit clearly into the main body, into these sidebars. One of them involves looking at all the species that have been parasitized by brown-headed cowbirds. As I'm sure folks know, that brown-headed cowbirds are a brood parasite, lay their eggs in other birds' nests, have nothing to do with raising their young, and they will parasitize pretty much any nest they can find. A few other examples of that in the book, but we also have some chapters on interesting topics. One chapter that really almost 100% Chris Kennard's work looked at breeders between the 2 atlases. So we had a few species that didn't breed in the first and didn't breed in the second, but they did breed in that period in between. And he talks about those. Historical breeders, birds that bred in the county before either atlas. And the really fun part, and everybody can kind of participate in adding their favorite to this third category, potential future breeders. What are the birds that are going to show up? We wouldn't have expected least terns. I wouldn't have expected Say's phoebes. So what's going to be the next breeding bird that shows up in the county? We also have an appendix that Tim put together on colonial nesting water birds, kind of a special area, kind of hard to compare these results with normal breeding bird atlas work. And he talks about some of the problems you encounter in trying to compare breeding distribution of these particular birds, herons and such. All right, so one more look at the book. And again, encourage everybody to go to the Central Valley Bird Club website and buy a copy of the book, and hope you enjoy it. Now, I hope we have some time for questions. We'll let Jen know about that.
Yes, we do. And we do have some questions here. They're all in the chat instead of in the Q&A. So I'm going to have to hunt for them just a little bit.
Okay.
That's all right. So I think the first question was, were there more surveyors in the second atlas versus the first atlas?
Well, yes, there were, in the sense that there were, that we let everybody do it. There were, our core group in the second atlas was smaller than the birders that participated in the first atlas. But that's one of the things that makes it a little bit hard to compare. And we talk throughout the book of issues trying to compare the results. And there are certainly some things. We show some examples that give us some confidence that the results are comparable, but it was done in a different way. And clearly there are some things that, things that we didn't describe to trends that we thought may have just been the oddity of doing the 2 atlases in different ways. But we had, as we describe in the book, how many people participated in the second atlas, but we also tell folks what percent of the observations were made by that about 16-person core group. So you can get a sense of that. And let me ask you something, Jen, this is probably too awkward to do, but if, I don't know, I think Lily and Chris are there, maybe Tim is there as well. If they wanted to add something to any of the answers to this, is there a way to include them or promote them to panelists or something, or is that too?
Lily is here. She's just in the other room. I'm not sure if they're watching really closely, but Lily, if you're there, if you want to unmute and start the video on the other computer, we can have you pop in.
If she's not paying attention, then I'm really disappointed, Lily.
Well, you know, there is wine in there.
Uh-oh, can't compete with that.
Yeah. She's here. It won't let her start the video. Come on in here. Come on over. Come on over. I'm bringing Lily over. And if you want to help with the questions, we've got a bunch of questions in the chat.
Hi, Ed.
And I'll fix the other video.
Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead with the questions if you can find them. You or Jen, I don't know who's going to look at the chats.
Oh no. Okay. Let's see. Hang on. Sorry, I just came. So there was the first question.
No, I could probably just go through these. If that's okay. All right. I don't know if this is the
next one, I think from Susan. How were you able to confirm that the eBird reports reading activity were accurate and reliable?
Okay. Does everybody still have me? Because I seem to be.
I can see you and hear you.
Okay, good. I lost me, but I can see you. How did we confirm that they're accurate and reliable? Well, we obviously weren't able to confirm every single thing, but we went through and vetted the data for things that, didn't make sense. So if somebody, said that there were, blue-footed boobies breeding in downtown Sacramento, we kind of take a hard look at that. Clearly, if they reported a rare species or an out of season species, Chris Kennard, who's the eBird editor, would be checking on that. And if people reported a breeding behavior that was, in the wrong season or was maybe too early, you've got things like, yellow rump warblers that certainly don't breed here, but they start singing in spring before they leave. So if somebody reported something like that, we would eliminate those data. So that's kind of the main vetting of the data that we did.
Got it working.
Oh, wow.
All right. I was missing the questions there, so I don't know what you ended on. Oh, and there she goes. Okay.
I was just closing the door because we were echoing.
Okay.
So let's see. I have the next question. Did the eBird reports provide accurate location data, or how did you correlate it to your blocks?
That's a really good question. The way Breeding Bird Atlas works is you're only concerned about getting that behavior in that 5 kilometer square block. And the way we were able to use the eBird data required that people drop their pin within that block. So that's another potential issue that we talk about with it. If you dropped a pin in a distant block or in the next block over, and then you kept birding into that second block, everything that you reported would go into whatever block your pin was in. Because with eBird, you don't, you pretty much just pick a spot. What we did was we eliminated any very long, I can't remember what limit we used, but we basically, if it was a long checklist, whereas they covered too much ground, we would just eliminate those data entirely to try to get rid of some of those long range ones. And then we made sure, particularly that the core group who provided most of the data was really careful about dropping their pin in the block where they made the observations. That's what we did to try to deal with that. But it's a potential problem when you use eBird.
Excellent. And then we had some comments, like when you were talking about certain species, a lot of people noticed the mute swans and turkeys in their own yards. So Jim asked, and I think this came up when you were talking about the ring-necked pheasants, because I was listening. Are there fewer hunters today than before?
Yeah, that's what I understand from Fish and Game. There are fewer hunters now than before.
So Cliff mentioned that so I guess relating to the pheasants, there are fewer releases and not as many nice hedgerows for the pheasants. And we talked about that a bit in the book with some clean farming practices leading to a decline. And then Cliff surmised maybe a result of the decline in large insect biomass, which is something I think that's affecting a lot of our species. And
Affecting a lot of species, without a doubt. Which is, of course, part of it, what makes it interesting that Say's phoebe showed up as a breeder, because it's a grassland bird, and most grassland birds are in decline, and it's an insectivore. And the interesting thing, which we talk about in the book, and I'll mention this just because it's on the Anthropocene topic, is that all of the Say's phoebe breeding records, both in Yolo, Sacramento, and Placer County, are in exactly the same kind of place. The birds are typically nesting on some human structure that's close to an open field. So that's kind of the combination. So there again, people are involved, and they're finding a particular niche that's to a large extent human modified, and that's just perfect for what they like to do.
Daniel asked, will the atlas also be available in a PDF online and on the chapter's website?
That'll be up to the club. Ultimately, I would hope so. Obviously, the club needs to recoup their investment first. So, but yeah, I would like to see this available. In fact, ideally, it would be nice to have the raw data, the GIS data from both atlases available to anybody that wanted to use it.
Let's see. And then Cliff asked if he got a quote at the bottom of any of the species profiles. And Cliff had actually texted me while the presentation was going on. And the eBird download includes observer codes. So I'll look for you, Cliff, and see.
Okay. And if you didn't, Cliff, you can blame Lily, because she chose most of those. So
I tried to spread them out among areas and people. So Susan asks, what format did you store the data in after getting it from eBird, and comments that she's using the Avian Knowledge Network, which that's a really good point. So the data came down, in a spreadsheet format, and then Ed put a ton of effort into massaging it all. And then what we did was we took the geographic location of those points and joined it to our grid in GIS. So we have a GIS point layer, and then also used that to create the highest confirmation code for each block in GIS. But I think that's an interesting point about Avian Knowledge Network, that might be something to consider, getting the data there to be more widely available. And I think that was it.
okay, great. Okay.
Yes, that looks like it's all the questions.
Thanks a
Thank you
lot.
so much, Ed, for a wonderful presentation. And we're going to take another little break. We're going to have our next program starts at 3:45. We'll have Cliff Hawley talking about the youth programs. We'll have some videos from some of our youth who've benefited from the scholarship program. So I hope that you guys can all keep tuned in until then. So see you at 3:45.
Hi there, group. We're ready to start on our next little program. But before I do that, I want to thank all of you that are so generously purchasing the Sacramento Bird Atlas. We are watching it come through. So good for you guys. You can buy it right online. So go for it. So I am going to introduce our next presenter. It's just a little blurb, but it's very, very significant. It's where we're going to just acknowledge some of our scholarship recipients, our student scholarship recipients. And the one that's going to do that is Cliff. Hey, Cliff.
Hey, David.
How you doing, buddy?
Good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for being there. So thank you, Cliff. For those of you that don't know, Cliff very, very generously decided a couple years to be in charge of scholarship fund and our scholarship programming. And Cliff has done just an amazingly wonderful job at doing this, getting the kids, getting them in contact with all of the information and then setting them up with the appropriate spot where they would need to go. Cliff will go over that. Thanks again, Cliff, for all of your work in this area. We are so happy with what you do. And thank you for being our vice president and future president. Yes? Yeah,
is that
boy. Yep.
That's the expectation, huh? I
There
think
it
I
is.
think Lily's gonna leapfrog me. So
I heard that. She's right here. We were talking just about that. Thanks, Cliff. Appreciate you.
Well, hi everybody. Thanks, David, for introducing me. I'm Cliff Hawley, and I'm the Youth Scholarship Coordinator with the Bird Club. First of all, I want to thank all of our members, and especially those that have contributed specifically to the scholarship fund. I'd also like to thank Sacramento, YOLO, Sierra Foothills, and especially Altacal Audubon for their generous support of the Bird Club over the years. Altacal has helped us out several times, helping us send kids to camp, so it's really appreciated. I really do love getting to do this job for the club. It's always a highlight of my year to send out the notices to the recipients. We didn't get to award any new scholarships this year for a couple of reasons. With the ongoing situation with COVID, all the camps were closed in 2019, and most of them remain closed this summer. We did have a few scholarship recipients that were awarded in 2019 who were able to attend camps this summer. The Victor Emmanuel Nature Tour camps, Camp Chiricahua 1 and 2 went this year. We had 4 attendees at those camps. That'd be Brian Brown, Lucas Cornelius, Lucas Stevenson, and Sava Iliev. And then Fiona Glalie, who's been a recipient several times with us, attended the Wolf Ridge Environmental Learning Center Advanced Bird Banding class. This was her last year of being eligible. This was the last summer she'd be eligible to go. So she got a chance to use the scholarship that we had awarded in 2019, thanks to the support of the members. So thanks again for all your support of the scholarship fund. We really can't do it without without our members. Even some folks like last year, even though we didn't have a symposium, still made their yearly donations. Joan Brenchley is one that comes to mind specifically, but thanks to everybody who did donate and who continues to support the scholarship fund. So.
Hi, my name is Fiona Glogli, and I attended Camp Cascades in 2019. So one of my favorite birds that I saw there was a pine grosbeak, which was super, super cool. We stopped at this little lake, and there was a little flock of pine grosbeaks in one of the trees, and that was a life bird for me. I'd never seen one before, and I got really excited. That was really cool. Something fun that happened with bird behavior on this trip, there was a flock of California gulls way high up in the sky, and they were circling and they were eating bugs, which was really cool. I don't usually think of gulls as eating bugs in the air. That was a super cool little bird behavior thing that we got to see. And also something new that I learned was that downy woodpeckers there are much more dusky. Like where normally the downy woodpeckers where I live are white and black, and there they were like pale gray and black, which was really strange and really cool to see. I didn't know that they had that kind of geographic variation, which was really cool. Something fun that happened with one of the campers was we were looking for American dippers, and we were trying to see one every day. And so we had a 6-day-long dipper streak, which was really fun. We were like birding out the car window and trying to get our dipper for the day. So that was really, really fun. Thank you so much to all the people who contributed to these scholarships. They have really helped inspire me, and I would really love to pursue a career in bird biology and conservation, and going to these camps has really helped inspire me. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Oscar Moss, and I attended the Hog Island camp in Maine in 2018. I would say that my favorite bird species from my time at camp was the Atlantic puffin. Those were really cool. A cool experience with a bird that I had was when we visited the island, which is restricted to the public, and we saw lots of puffins and other seabird species nesting on the island, and they were all flying around us. That was a very cool experience. An interesting experience that I learned at camp was probably when we watched someone actually prep a dead specimen of a bird and basically take out all the innards and replace that with cotton. So it could be a real scientific specimen. An interesting thing that I learned at camp was just how diverse some of those offshore rocks are in the North Atlantic, and how many different bird species, just breed and live out there on those islands, which I thought that was really cool. A really fun experience that I had while out there with a fellow camper was pretty much just getting to interact with so many other engaged youth who are all really interested in seeing the seabirds and all the wildlife that lives out there. So I thought that was a really good experience for me personally. I would just like to say thank you to the Central Valley Bird Club membership for all the generous donations you guys have given, and I got to benefit from that. I know many other youth birders have also gotten to benefit from that. So yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Schuler. I attended Camp Chiricahua in Arizona in 2019. My favorite bird was probably the elegant trogon we saw. Even though we didn't see it very well, it was at the top of a tree. It's still an incredibly rare bird to see, and it was pretty cool that we got to see it because it's really hard to see in the United States. Something that I learned at the camp that I didn't know before was the number of birds that are only found in Southeast Arizona in the United States. So like elegant trogon and a few hummingbirds and stuff. And it's really cool that there's so many birds that are only found, or at least in the United States, are only found in Southeast Arizona. And there's just incredible diversity of birds there. It's amazing. The best experience I had with bird behavior was probably all the hummingbirds at Patagonia. In Patagonia, there's this place where there's a million hummingbird feeders, and there's also a million hummingbirds too with that. And it was really cool to see like the violet-crowned hummingbirds that would, there are only a few of them, and they would come in, and they would, pretty much all the other broad-billed hummingbirds would leave because the violet-crowned hummingbirds are so much bigger. And it was really cool to see how the hummingbirds interact with each other and just the amount of them. And, we don't see that many of them. It's really cool. One of the coolest experiences I had with the fellow camper is one of the people that was there was actually from Panama, and it was really interesting to be able to see him learn English. He basically learned English over like 10 days just because he was around a bunch of people that were speaking English. And the other thing that was cool to see was he talked a lot about the birds he saw in Panama, and the birds he saw. There actually were a few birds that we saw in Southeast Arizona that are similar birds that are found in Panama. But the birds, for the most part, that are in Panama are completely different, and that was really cool. And, it was really cool to be able to just hear someone from a completely different country like their experience and what they like, like the birds they see that are different, but also everything else is different. Honestly, a big thank you to the Central Valley Bird Club for sponsoring me to go on this trip. I mean, it's really generous of you guys to let me do this, and it was an incredible experience. It was an amazing, almost 2 weeks actually. I think it was like 12 days. And yeah, I saw tons of birds, met tons of people, and it was amazing. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ronan Nicholson, and I attended Camp Colorado in 2018. I'd have to say some of my favorite birds on the trip in Colorado was either a white-tailed ptarmigan, northern saw-whet owl, or American three-toed woodpecker. Before I attended that camp, I didn't really know that all those eastern birds came to Colorado, and I got to see a lot of those, which were new for me at the time. One of my favorite experiences at that camp was when we were all owling. My leader, who was calling a northern saw-whet owl, the saw-whet owl came expecting another male in his territory, but it actually came and hit my leader in the face. So I want to thank the Central Valley Bird Club for funding this camp that I went to, and the other two. And total, I got about 130 life birds, which was a big boost to my life list. And also I met a lot of other birders and a lot of young birders who I still talk to today. So I think that has really helped my birding in general.
Hello, this is Joaquin Gonzalez. I attended the 2019 Camp Colorado. One of the best bird experiences I had at this camp was being able to watch this family of dusky grouse forage really close to us, maybe 20, 30 yards from us, just on the side of the road. And it was a mother and 2 or 3 of her chicks, and be able to watch, we got really close without really disturbing them. And so just being able to get this close to this family of grouse was really special. I'd never seen dusky grouse before, so it just felt really, really special, and something that, a memory that I will still keep, for many years to come. And we saw this dipper, diving in the water, swimming through, and hunting for, bugs and larvae and whatever else they eat. And then popping up on a nearby rock, bobbing its tail. It just felt really, really cool to be able to see, all the stuff that makes dippers so unique. It's a little songbird, but they dive through these really fast-moving streams, really frigid streams. And, that also felt really cool. It also felt very cool. I learned that the first name given to the dipper, so when it's first discovered, the name that was given to it was not actually American dipper, it was the water ouzel, which I thought was kind of funny, because it's such a weird name, especially for a bird. You don't really expect that, and be able to connect that with the actual bird that we saw in real life just a few days earlier was very cool. It was very, very cool. Camp Colorado isn't just about the birds. It's also, about building these bonds, these friendships with other campers from other young birders from around the country. And some of these friendships I still have today. I'm still in close contact with some of the kids from camp. I just want to thank the Central Valley Birds for giving me this experience, or giving me the opportunity to experience Camp Colorado and experience everything that makes it so great, so fun. And I want to say thank you.
So there you have it. All the lovely videos that were put together and that show off this experience the students had. We're going to take next we're going to take a break. We're going to be back with you at 4:15 with John Dunn and Lara Tseng, and they're going to do a program about the current issues in taxonomy and why birders should care. So do stick with us, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
We're back live again, and we're going to get ready here to bring on John and Lara. Hey, John.
Hey, David, can you see and hear me?
I can see and hear you, and I can see and hear Lara as well. How are you doing, dear friend?
I'm doing great, David. It's wonderful to be part of this. Thank you.
We always enjoy having you.
I think I've been there for nearly all of them.
I think you have too. I don't know if you've missed any. I think the only one that you missed, because I count on you coming every year just so I can see you personally. But I think it was the year that you led the WFO trip to Cuba.
I think that's right.
About 3 or 4 years ago. But I think other than that, you have been here, and it's been wonderful always having you. So thank you again for doing it this way virtually. I shared this before, but I love doing this event, being part of it, inviting John. So I very selfishly can have John come and visit. And usually when he does, and he stays over and we go out to dinner, Sue and I go out to dinner with John because we're very dear friends. I look forward to when we can do that again, John. I know things right now are difficult, but these times will pass and we'll be able to do it again.
Next year, David. I'm always
yes.
An optimist. Why not?
Why not? Yeah. And besides, when we get together, we would have talked about the major disappointment that both of our teams, the Giants, didn't make it through, but they finished each other off, I think is what has happened during the playoffs.
It was a grand rivalry. And
It was. So let me get you guys going. We're looking forward to it. For those of you that don't know John, he is one of the most outstanding birders, ornithologists, field ornithologists in this country, maybe in the world. I think many would say that. And it's always such an amazing privilege to have John. He has been a longtime supporter of this event, just like he has mentioned, both of our club and the event. He has just been very supportive. When he's out and about, he's always highlighting this event, speaking well of it, and encouraging people to attend. So John, we so appreciate that. Your who you are as a birder is well known, but what is sometimes not as well known is what a wonderful mentor you are, the way that you educate, and the fact that you got Lara here with you, her being your assistant, if you will, you mentoring her. I understand that's what's going on. And Lara, you're so fortunate to have John be in this position with you. And we are very fortunate and lucky to have you working with John and putting on this event. So thank you, John and Lara. Looking forward to your program. Oh, and before I go, I was reminded that for those of you online here, when you give the questions online, please put it in the Q&A box rather than the chat box. It's easier for us to access it. Thank you. Thank you, John. Lara.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Lara. We'll meet Laura at the end of the program, but when you look at all the backgrounds for the images, Laura designed them and worked with me very closely on working the images and discussing the issues, not just on this talk, but other talks as well. Laura is a college student and she can talk a little bit more about that in a bit. I also wanted to thank graciously the photographers. Many of the images are from Larry Sansoni, as for many of the talks, but Ed Harper jumped in when we realized we had a few gaps and filled those images. We have, you sometimes have to look carefully to see who the photograph was from. One photograph of a thrasher is not of the quality of the others, and the photographer asked not to be acknowledged. You know how photographers can be, and so that is what I have done. We have 28 images and we'll be discussing. I'll be watching the time carefully, but by all means, do type in questions. I'd like to have this a discussion as much as anything. I picked 14 or so taxonomic issues that are of interest to me, but they're endless. And we could go on for the entire seminar and beyond about all of the issues. So if you have a favorite issue you want to ask questions about, by all means, raise them. And I think with that, we'll get started. Laura will be advancing the program. So I'll just be saying next, and I think we're ready for the next image. The Committee on Taxonomy and Nomenclature, the name's a little more formal than that, but the NACC, the North American Checklist Committee, annually produces a supplement, typically comes out in June, which announces lump splits, linear sequences, moving around families, higher level systematics, a lot of things that seem confusing, as well as English names. The birders pay most attention to the splits and occasional lumps. The splits have greatly outnumbered the lumps in recent decades. I was asked to join this committee in 2000 after I had written 30 pages of distribution comments for the last published edition of the checklist in 1998, the 7th edition. And they hired, well, they didn't pay me anything, but I joined them as a distributional expert, which they felt they were weak on. They allowed me to vote, and Dick Banks, the chairman at the time, said, well, consider your votes. But 20 years later, I'm still voting. I expect any year to be thanked for my efforts, and that would be, I would greatly appreciate that. It's been a wonderful experience being on this committee for 20 years. The other members are have PhDs in ornithology. My undergraduate degree is in political science and history. Not particularly useful, except in the debate about eponymous English names. That certainly gets us right into the history, which we'll discuss in a bit. So once again, the people look forward to or most people look forward to the supplements. We don't do these so that we can sell more field guides or any of the other things that people have alleged for this. So let's go to the next image. So one aspect of this, of course, is binomial nomenclature. And we go back to Linnaeus, who established our binomial system of nomenclature in the mid-18th century, used names, terminology from two languages, Greek and Latin. You don't want to use, say, the Latin name because it could easily be Greek. So the scientific name. About a century later, people realized there were different varieties, geographical varieties of the same species. And we came up with the trinomial system. And many, many species are polytypic rather than monotypic. And so the full name consists of three names: the genus, the specific epithet, and the subspecies. For a species that's monotypic, like cerulean warbler, you just use the binomial, no need for three names. Anyway, there's a picture, an illustration of Linnaeus. He was a botanist. And he renamed everything using this new system. Basically a system that all parties, all countries from all languages communicate in, and changed the names, including many of the species he had named. Next image. So what birders look at is, of course, is what is a species and what isn't a species. And that's a question that's vexed ornithologists since Linnaeus and before. Perhaps the most debated, or one of the most debated issues, is what about the yellow-rumped warblers, the myrtle, and the audubons that look so differently and chip differently. It seems that particularly with the Central Valley Bird Club, I've heard more whining about that issue than perhaps any other. But it depends in part on what your species concept is, whether it's the PSC, the phylogenetic species concept, or the biological species concept. In any event, where the yellow rumps come into contact in the low passes in British Columbia along the rivers, there's nothing but hybrids. Next, these are alternate males of both taxa. Next image. So there have been 7 editions of the checklist. The organization was founded in 1883. So by 1886, the first edition of the checklist came out. It's the one I don't have. It's the most costly. The second in 1895, the third in 1910, the fourth in 1931, which you see here. Many regard this as perhaps the best checklist. It includes English names for all of the subspecies. The 5th edition in 1957 was the last one to list the recognized subspecies. So it's been, what, 64 years? Do I have the years right? 50? Well, anyway, yeah, 64 years since the AOU has taken a position on subspecies. What is a subspecies and what isn't? Now I say AOU, AOS is now the name of this organization. The 6th edition in 1982 was, I'm thinking that might be 83. In any case, in the 7th in 1998, extended the coverage through the West Indies and Hawaii and down through Middle America, but they do not list subspecies. Anyway, if you can find a copy of the 4th edition of the checklist in 1931, it contains a lot of useful information. And they haven't produced a checklist now in 24 years, 23 years. Next image. So in addition, there have been 61 supplements to the checklist. They're annual from 1944 to 1956, and then none between 1956 and 1973. So I was only 2 when a supplement came out. I have no memories of birds. I was not a birder and was not concerned with the supplements. But I sure was concerned when the 32nd supplement came out in April 1973. Will forever be known as the year of the big lump. My life list, which was over 600 at the time, in a single horrifying day as I perused through the checklist committee supplement, I lost 14 birds. Now, some of them, like blue goose, is just a color morph of the snow goose, not even a subspecies. And the 3 species that were elevated to full species, the Thayer's gull, the alder flycatcher, and the great-tailed grackle, were all cryptic, and we really didn't know how to identify them. This alder flycatcher here was one of the few accepted California records from the spring before last in California City, Kern County. So the difficult to identify were the new splits. There was a lot of other things that went on in the 32nd supplement. Remember, it had been a long time since 56 before the previous supplement. And some of the things that were done, spatula and marica, were merged into anise, and now they're elevated again to genus rank. The monotypic genus for thick-billed longspur, Rhencophanes, was merged into Calcareous. It's now recognized again as a monotypic genus. The Thayer's gull, well, that was split from the herring gull. And that was a bit of controversy and became very controversial by the mid-80s, and is now lumped with what it should have been split into Iceland gull. Basically, the research it was split from in 1973 proved to be fraudulent. Next image. And there's a picture of the Thayer's gull, very similar to Cumulin's Iceland, with slightly darker areas out on outermost P10. The day might come when researchers or a researcher will go back to the islets off Home Bay and find out what is really going on between Cumulini and Thayeri and the interbreeding that takes place and the extent of interbreeding. This is the taxon we have on the West Coast. Let's see, let's go on to the next one. Well, of course, we do more than just taxonomy, and taxonomy is at all levels, by the way, families and linear sequence of families. But we also do the English names. Remember, or the Committee of Nomenclature as well. And of late, there's been a huge debate about replacing eponymous names, bird names after people, and the controversies that entails. I've been in the heat of that, in part because it brings up the history of these people. I will say in passing that the motions prepared to get rid of these eponymous names have been very poorly researched. They've been researched because there's an agenda in mind, a cancel culture. And I realize I'm stepping on eggs here. But nevertheless, a considerable amount of time is spent researching these individuals very carefully. Now I put in these two are sort of on the chopping block for future changes. One is Scott's Oriole. The other is Bendar's Thrasher. Now Scott, he was one of the lead generals who led the assault at Veracruz into Mexico City during the Mexican War. They're after him for that. Bendar was involved in, he was stationed in the Southwest, so encountered Indians. I don't know if he took shots at any American Indians, but it's possible. But he got very high marks. I'll just say about Bendar, he was one of the great 19th century ornithologists. And he took a picture. No, he didn't take any picture. He collected a specimen of this new thrasher near at Camp Lowell near Tucson, and sent the specimen to Cowes, Elliott Cowes, saying he had a new species. Cowes was uncertain. Sent it to Robert Ridgway, really the godfather of American ornithology. And Ridgway thought it was probably a variant curve-billed thrasher of the Palmeri group. And Bendar was quite adamant that it was not it. It was found in a different habitat. He sent another specimen, a female the first time. The second one he sent was a male, and sent an egg set and said, look, the eggs are entirely different color. And Ridgway acknowledged Bendar's was right, and Cowes named it after him. The case of Scott's Oriole involved someone who had been in Scott's army and doing exploration in the 1850s in Nuevo Leon and discovered this Oriole and named it after Scott. It turned out that Bonaparte had named it earlier in the 1830s, named it after two brothers in Paris who had discovered it previously. I'll say about Scott that, yes, he did lead the army that took Mexico City. The Mexican War was completely immoral. It was a land grab by the United States. I used to think highly of James K. Polk, but no longer. Polk sent Nicholas Trist down to settle the war in 1847, come up with a treaty. And on the outlines that he was given, Trist settled that, worked on settling, reaching a treaty with the Mexican government. But Polk got greedy and decided he wanted more of Mexico down to the 26th parallel. And by the way, we should have Baja California, as well as what are now the northern states of Mexico. And we might want a canal through the low area of Mexico. So we're going to take the Isthmus of Tehuantepec as well. When Trist wasn't helpful in carrying out these edicts, Polk tried to fire Trist and recall him. But Scott kept Trist there to settle the agreement. So basically, Scott was disobeying orders from his president. The treaty was eventually signed. Trist was recalled. The treaty arrived at Polk's desk, and he didn't know quite what to do with it. And at that point, the war had become very controversial. One of the chief people, a young congressman from Illinois, was one of the chief folks who were against the war and the start of the reasons for the war, named Abraham Lincoln. In any case, Polk eventually decided to sign the treaty. So once you get into the weeds on these people, it gets more complicated. The committee, the NACC, currently has a group composed of various individuals studying the issue. They've been studying it for over a year without any action yet. A few of us feel that that can continue on for the next decade. I do know that on the issue of thick-billed longspur, we spent many months coming up with the name, and folks have complained about the name. And there's some 145 more eponymous names that we would need to go through on that. Anyway, those are my unbiased views. Unbiased, perhaps you could put in quotes. I do know that perhaps a compromise might be that we leave most of the existing names, but in fact, when new names are needed, I think there'll be an effort to avoid eponymous names, to avoid these types of issues. And keep in mind, with other groups of animals, this is not a debate. And in other parts of the world with bird names that have English names, there's no move to replace eponymous names. So this may be a problem with no solution that really isn't a problem. That's probably, and I'm speaking only for myself, not on behalf of the committee on that. But we do address issues, hopefully in a forthright way, and be happy to field questions on that. Next image. So I've put in the two concepts, the BSC and the PSC, and there's a definition there. The definition I took from the Ornithologist's Dictionary will be more accurate than anything I would try to shorten it to, except that the PSC, you would get many, many more species because subspecies, in its purest form, subspecies wouldn't be recognized, which seems to me totally unhelpful. The NACC, one of the requirements for being on the committee is using the BSC, the biological species concept, although how one interprets that varies by individual committee member. I don't have any particular bias for lumps or splits. I wrote the motion with Van Remsen to lump Thayer's gull, wrote the motion to split Wilson snipe. No, I'm sorry, to lump Thayer's gull, to split Wilson snipe, and with Dan Gibson to lump white and blackback wagtails. So I'm probably about 50-50 in terms of my biases. There's an increasingly reliance on molecular evidence, genetic trees. Keep in mind that with allopatric species that don't occur together, you're going to get more genetic distance, of course. And I've defined the terms there. The ideal situation is where both taxa, or the species you're studying, come together and you can see what they do, like yellow-rumped warblers, or parapatry for that matter. When you get to allopatric species that are apart, there's more guesswork involved. And that's the BSC concept would look at differences and vocalizations. That's very important for some of this. The migration patterns, behavior could be a good clue. For instance, I'm quite a believer in splitting the kestrels in the West Indies. They charge around like merlins. They fly very differently. They don't hover like our American kestrels do. And our American kestrels, if you watch them on a wire or on a pole, they bob their tails. The West Indian birds do not do that. So for me, those are all behavioral triggers. I must admit the vocalizations are the same, or not the same perhaps, but very similar. So these things are difficult. And what might trigger interest in one committee member will be less important for another one. Next image. Of course, we have the nomenclatural issues don't always involve eponymous names. Many birders hate the name ringneck duck because they can't see the ring. Actually, ring-billed duck was proposed as an alternative English name, but the checklist committee believes in nomenclatural stability. You'll note the scientific name, Ithia collaris, collar, right? Ring around the collar. Remember that old advertisement? And in perfect light, you'll see a maroon band around the base of the neck. So rather than whine about the name, spend your time. Ringnecks are often tame in city parks and things. You get the light just right, and you'll see the maroon band around the neck. We're not changing the English name. Green heron. You can't see the green in the plumage. Get over it. Nomenclatural stability. I'm going to add the way the process works, the NACC relies on the ABA checklist committee for issues of identification and origin. So if it passes NACC, ABA, I'm sorry, if it passes the ABA checklist committee, it'll probably pass the NACC. And thankfully, the ABA checklist committee defers to NACC on issues of nomenclature and taxonomy. The ABA checklist committee relies very heavily on state and provincial committees for their work. So it's sort of like a divided government, much like the system of government we have. Next image. The rule of priority. That's an important thing to keep in mind. So what I love to use is the American Red Start. Irby Lovett's detailed molecular work within the Parulidae, the wood warbler family, found that American Red Start was firmly embedded in the Dendroica genus, which meant that Red Start needed to be merged with them. And even though there was only one species in Setophaga, American Red Start, and 27 species in Dendroica, Setophaga in the linear timeline of history was named before Dendroica, and therefore all 27 species of Dendroica had to become Setophaga. It's not by which is easier, it's the rule of priority. When they split a species and take the different subspecies, they pick the oldest one becomes the new scientific name. The oldest, the one described first. So I'm a big proponent of splitting the white-breasted nuthatches into 3 species, and the white-breasted nuthatch in the Pacific region here is a culeata, and then in Eastern California, east of the crest, or mostly east of the crest, Northeast California, and throughout the Rockies and mainland Mexico, the oldest of the subspecies of those first described was from the Cape District of Baja California. So it all occupies a tiny percent of the range, but you refer to the group as the Laguna group. So Aculeata for the Pacific group, Laguna group for the Intermountain West, and Carolinensis for the Eastern group. Next image. Before getting to this slide, I just want to mention, in most cases, when we do generic splits and things like that, we go with previous existing names that are available in the literature. But in the case of the water thrushes, Ken Parks long realized that the ovenbird and the water thrushes belonged in different genera. And because the juvenile plumage was totally different on the ovenbird from the water thrushes. In water thrushes, the juvenile plumage looks like adults. But there was no existing name to use. And the committee decided to honor Ken Parks. So the genus name for northern Louisiana water thrush is Parksia. Now, spelling errors are enshrined. Yes, indeed. The chap who named this seed eater, that's the new name for the white-collared seed eater resulting in a split, misspelled his name. But the code requires that stays. So notice the difference. Moreleti has 2 L's, which is wrong, but the English name, at least we spell the French naturalist name correctly. And that's the reason for that. Once it's encoded, there it remains. We can change the genus, but can't. That's the code dictates that. Next image. So I believe just as important as species splits and lumps, the arguments about genera. And Wilson's Phalarope is currently in Phalaropus. I believe it should be in its own genus. And its vocalizations are totally different. It gives a low grunt. They often feed walking around with like a yellow legs, but with their heads pointed out in a very peculiar creeping gait. But we had a vote on that and it got a mixed vote, so it hasn't passed yet. One of my campaigns was to get five-striped sparrow out of Amphispisa with black-throated, put it in its own genus, which was done narrowly on a vote last year, a vote of 8-4. By the way, votes within the NAC for a change, whether it's a lump or a split or any change, has to be adopted by 2/3 of the committee. So 8 votes are required. The chair, Terry Cheshire, who prepares everything, typically doesn't vote unless his vote is determinative. We currently have a close vote on splitting the streamer tails from Jamaica, and Terry has indicated he will vote on that to have a decision reached. Amphispesiopsis is the new name for five-striped sparrow, monotypic genus, and that name did exist previously in the literature. Next image. So I put in case studies, and we should go through those fairly quickly. They're about 13. And then we should have at least 15 minutes to answer questions. If there are no questions, then you'll get a longer break, getting on to be dinner time. So let's go through the case studies. Everyone's favorite, the bean goose. Well, currently we recognize 2 species, the tundra bean goose and the taiga bean goose. Not all taxonomic authorities, I think for good reason, recognize 2 species. This was the Salton Sea record, the first one, and it was with white-fronted geese at Unit 1 near Westmoreland. It wasn't much bigger than the white-fronted geese it was with. The taiga bean geese, at least the easternmost race, Middendorfi, is huge in comparison. Some advocated very firmly it was the taiga bean goose. Others leaned towards tundra. I believe I was one of those. At least I didn't think it should be accepted as either one. So we accepted it as a slash category. Now, subsequent to that, there have been a few accepted tundra bean geese. I looked at them in Japan, Eastern Honshu, and there were the giant Middendorfi. And they did have the paler neck and head and a bill shape more like this bird. So now I'm very uncertain, but this one was so small. So bean geese taiga bean geese get smaller as you go west in Asia. And they have 2 different populations wintering in Japan. One on the west side of Japan, or north side of Honshu, is smaller. The Japanese authority who looked at the images thought that the Salton Sea bird was too small even for that, and thought perhaps it was an undescribed population farther west. In any case, you can see why we didn't reach a decision. And really the easiest decision to reach would be to relump it with the taiga and tundra bean geese as one species, the bean goose. And currently their population, the genetic matching doesn't work within the various populations of tundra and taiga bean geese. So by current taxonomy, you almost have to split Middendorfi as its own species. It's really quite a mess. Next image. Now, having just advocated a lump for the bean geese, I believe, and Alex Cho and I will, if we get to it, we'll write up a motion to split the Thule goose, Elgasai, which winters entirely in the Sacramento Valley. If that gets, and we hope to write the motion up this year. If that gets done and passed, you'll be talking about one of the world's rarest geese, a population of only a few thousand, that breeds entirely on the west side of Cook Inlet and winters on the west side of winters currently on the west side of the Sacramento Valley. We need to get recordings. Ed Pandolfino got one. The calls are lower pitched, but they've been described for more than a century as lower pitched. For much of the year, they overlap with the population on the right, Sponza. There's no indication yet that I know of a hybrid between them. Sponza breeds to the west of Tule goose. The foraging habits are quite different between Sponza and the Tule goose. And that's year round. They tend to stay in more wooded, swampy areas, feed on different things. Bill Grenfell told me that the gizzards of because of their different dietary needs, the gizzards of Tule geese were up to 3 times the size of Sponza. That needs to be quantified and detailed. The best place to see them is at Colusa Refuge on the southwest side. And but there hasn't been a lot of discussion because it's been treated as a subspecies. And yet alone, if you go back more than 100 years to Swarth's paper, all of these differences were well known. The thing is, they didn't know where the breeding grounds were, and those were established in 1979 by Bob Elgus, that they were definitively on the west side of Cook Inlet, hence, and Elgasi is named after him. It was named as a species by as a valid subspecies with the ranges all sorted out by Delacour and Ripley in the mid-70s. So those are 2 Tule geese on the left and a Sponza on the right. Next image. And this is from the Central Valley Bird Club Bulletin, Volume 8, from Takakawa's great article, shows where the Tule geese breed and stage in Lake County, Oregon, and winter in the Sacramento Valley. A lot of their population and breeding habitat disappeared with the eruption of Mount Redoubt on farther to the south in Cook Inlet. Next image. Goosander and common merganser, the old world common mergansers, you'll see the differences in bill shape. More of a hook on Goosander, thicker at the base or through the midsection on our American common merganser. You'll see the black check mark on the wing of our Americanus, which is covered up in old world merganser. You can see the difference in the back of the head. But basically, the old world bird does occur in Western Alaska, on the islands and the Bering Sea, the Western Aleutians. I don't know about the vocalizations. The genetic data is somewhat different, but it was in Japan that suddenly the light bulb turned on. We'll look at the next image and look at some pictures of Goosander in display. Take a look at the head shapes, particularly the one on the right where the forehead is forward or vertical and this big puffy aspect. And common mergansers breed near here. So I look at courting birds. I've never seen anything remotely similar to that in our New World common mergansers. And I've got to believe that's a species level distinction. It's more dramatic than barrows and common goldeneye. Of course, because they're allopatric, there's no interbreeding between the 2 taxa. So some phenotypic differences to me just jump out. Next image. Sapsuckers, a complete mess. And where I live here on the east side, I see more hybrids, certainly than red napes, almost as many as red-breasteds, yellow-bellieds and red napes, hybridize in Alberta. So there's now serious consideration to relumping sapsuckers, I would say particularly red-breasted and red-naped. But we act on published, not published, but written motions. So someone's got to put all the arguments together before we'll consider the issue. Next image. Eastern and Western, Bell's vireo has 4 subspecies divided into 2 groups. This is Eastern Bell's with a shorter tail and decidedly more yellow than the one in Arizona and the Pacific subspecies, which is the grayest and has the longest tail. Genetic work done by Kevin Burns shows strong distinctions between the 2 groups and proposed a split. There are some birds in central New Mexico. Birds in southeast New Mexico are medius, part of the eastern group. Birds in southwest are Arizona. There's no Arizoni within the least Bell's vireo group, but there are no specimens from central New Mexico, which caused me to vote against the motion, said we need that. And Kevin said he couldn't get a collecting permit for New Mexico. So there we have it. Since the vote, it's worth noting that leaf Bell's vireo, Pusillus and when I noticed, I've got a typo here, I'm sorry, it's vireo belli pusillus. We need to switch those 2 words. But they wave their tails around like a Bewick's wren, where medius and belli bob their tails, not quite like a palm warbler, but more that direction. So pretty distinct behavioral differences. Next image. Bush tits. The interior group has a gray crown and pink, sort of pinkish cheeks. Coastal ones have a brownish crown. Their call notes differ. They're harder, a little lower pitched in the interior group. I know that I could hear those as I lost some of my hearing for a while after I'd lost the coastal ones. So their calls are different. They overlap near Lone Pine in Owens Valley. So a doctoral student should consider going to Lone Pine and studying what happens where the 2 groups come into contact. Next image. I want to allow time for questions. So white-breasted nuthatches, 3, in my opinion, and pretty strongly in the work done by Pandolfino, Ken Abel. Recordings, they found a few with intermediate calls. Phenotypically, the eastern ones look the most distinct with a shorter bill, a little more black on top of the head. The interior west and the Pacific birds look almost identical, but sound totally different. I have a tenuissima wintering here in Rovana, the first one I've ever had, and it calls a lot. Calls are totally different from the birds on the west side of the Sierra. Notice how distinct the black tertials are on eastern birds. So they work very neatly into 3 species. The specimens looking at genetic data from the areas of overlap would be useful. The motion, when it was prepared, had a 2-species split, western and eastern. So I voted against it. I just said it's either 1 or 3. Keep them as 1 or split it into 3. And we haven't done anything since. So there you go. Next image. This is a photo from the curve-billed thrasher of the more interior, the Curvarasta group that wintered in woodland. You'll notice the difference in spotting from Palmeri on which is the one in the Saguaro Desert, southern Arizona, and almost all the ones that turn up in California. I don't know about the iris color. We'll illustrate it in Geographic Guide. Curvarasta bird with a more reddish eye. They certainly get more reddish eyed, but the woodland bird didn't have that. But there are other differences than just the heavy spotting on the chest. The Curvarasta group has wing bars and more distinct white tail tips. outer tail feathers. But it shows just how far, curved bills can move. I mean, Palmer is recorded in the East and Curvirostra now in California. It doesn't mean it's Curvirostra. There's 3 very similar subspecies, Oberholzeri and Celsum, within the Curvirostra group. Next image. LeConte's, there's been twice an effort to split the Vizcaíno, the Central Baja population. It hasn't passed, but I just listened to recordings on Merlin, and the contact calls of Aurinicola sound totally very different from the birds we know. So perhaps should be reconsidered. Next. We put in what to do with American pipit. There could be 3 species of American pipits. There's long been discussions about splitting Japonicus. That's the Japonicus that's wintering Griffith Park again this year. It was there last year. You can see how different it is from our normal one, rubescens, in the upper left, much more heavily streaked, white wing bars rather than buffy. So Japonicus, of course, is Asian. But even in North America, that's a breeding rubescens on the top, breeding plumage, and the bird below is Alticola. Look at the difference in the color underneath with no streaking. And genetically, the mitochondrial DNA shows a strong difference. Now, Alticola is the one that breeds above timberline in the Rockies, but also in the Sierra Nevada. Somewhere in British Columbia, it switches over. I don't think the vocalizations have been intensely studied, but Per Ahlstrom, who's quite conservative on taxonomic issues, strongly hints that both Japonicus and Alticola may be full species. We have no idea how to tell Alticola in non-breeding plumage, except it has a shorter hind claw, an in-hand feature. Next image. White-winged crossbills. All of this fussing about red crossbills and the 12 types and maybe 25 species of red crossbills. There's a very simple split that needs to be made, and that's splitting New World Leucoptera white-winged crossbill from Old World bifasciata. When I heard the contact calls recorded from the Netherlands during an invasion year of bifasciata, I thought they were very, very different from Leucoptera. You'll see that's a young male Leucoptera, so we're comparing apples and oranges, but you'll notice the difference in wing bar shape, particularly the lower wing bar. It gets thin on Leucoptera as you go to the outer greater coverts, and it's more uniformly thick in bifasciata. Leucoptera has a more narrow hooked beak. More than a decade ago, we split the subspecies of white-winged crossbill from Hispaniola as its own species. Next image. Nothing affecting North America, but if you've been to Panama or Costa Rica, and listen to the call notes of hepatic tanagers, they're unrecognizable from what we know as hepatic tanagers. So our group of subspecies ends in the coniferous woodlands of northern Nicaragua, and then you pick them up again in the Talamanca region of Costa Rica. And from there on down, at least through Middle America, they sound totally different. Now I see there's also a South American group, and how the calls differ there, I do not know. And finally, the one more image. We came within one vote of splitting Calaveras warbler, Ridgway eye. Calaveras for the county. They nest on the west side of the Sierra primarily, in oaks up to about 6,000 feet. Their songs differ more like Virginia's warblers as opposed to Eastern Nashville's. Their contact calls are more like Virginia's warbler, and they bob their tails like Virginia's warbler, even though they look like Nashville's. A little yellower overall with a brighter colored rump. The closest Eastern Nashville's come is Eastern Saskatchewan, and then there's a gap all the way into Southeast British Columbia where there are no breeding Nashville's. So they're basically allopatric breeding populations, Ridgway-eye winters in western Mexico, Rufocapilla in eastern Mexico. And the motion was prepared by Ralph Browning and failed by 1 vote. And you can imagine just what it would do. Everyone coming to California would want to see Calaveras warbler, but instead it's just the Nashville warbler. So hopefully I've laid out some of the issues. I think we're down to roughly 5 minutes. I can answer 8 minutes. I can answer questions. Let me introduce Lara, who prepared all of the beautiful backgrounds. Laura's a college student, Cal State LA. She's taking 19 units, including pre-calculus, which gives her plenty of time to stay focused. And her desire is to become an ornithologist. Her favorite bird is Dunlin. She gave a very compelling program to Ohlone Audubon on the 10 subspecies around the world of Dunlin and the various molt patterns and what we know about separating them. Lara, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, as John said, I'm a college student. I'm currently 14 years old, and I'm majoring in biology, and I'm hoping to become an ornithologist. I'm interested in dunlins, as he said, so colorless shorebirds in general are very interesting to me. And previously, I was interested in western bluebirds, which I did a study on. And the manuscript of that is to be published sometime this year, hopefully. Yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you, Laura. And she has a, provided by Bob Gill, a baby surf bird that was, who did the illustration, Laura?
A Russian artist that I can't really pronounce the name correctly, so I won't try to, but a wonderful drawing.
Illustration of a baby surf bird. Right. Jen?
We do have some questions.
Good.
We have from Mary Beth Metcalf. How do you sort out individual variations?
Within the same species?
Yes, I believe that's what she means.
Okay, so we look at, if you're looking at the genetics, genomic differences, you want to take specimens or look at genetic material from various places in the range. And if you're considering a split, the most important would be to get material where the two species are parapatric, where they almost overlap, or even sympatric, to see if there are differences. And sorting out, since it's the BSC, it's pretty much left, the various members of the committee argue their points based upon things they consider important. Habitat differences, behavioral differences, the genomic differences, the vocalization differences. And all of this gets mixed into the equation, and then committee members vote whether to take a different action from the current taxonomy. Members will write a motion and might recommend a no vote on their own motion, but it's just because they're acting on recently published papers and for the NACC to take a stand.
Wonderful. We also have a question from John. In your opinion, is gene flow between, okay, I'm going to slaughter these names, Iceni and Mirinsai restricted enough to elevate white-winged junco to full species?
Oh, well, that's a good question. But I would look at it from my view. I think there are some members of the committee that would be able to answer that better on the gene flow. I would look at the issue of what are the differences in vocalization? If you're going to have mountain ranges, you may have allopatry just based on the geography that won't really tell you the degree of intergradation. Oregon and slate-colored juncos, I mean, the whole subspecies Cismontanus is basically an intergrade population, or bird a population that looks intermediate. Within dark-eyed juncos, a more interesting question is to me is what do you do with dorsalis, the redback junco, that's currently placed with dark-eyed or brown-eyed junco, and most closely resembles Caniceps, the gray-headed junco. But recently, yellow-eyed juncos have moved north into the Burro Mountains and hybridized seemingly quite freely with redback juncos and through dorsalis. So maybe dorsalis is a dark-eyed, yellow-eyed junco and should be merged with yellow-eyed junco. Then you got to look at what are the Caniceps things like. I do know when I went into the Guadalupe Mountains of West Texas, I heard juncos singing and thought those sound like yellow-eyed juncos. And I played tapes of yellow-eyed junco, and in came the birds all around me, and they were dark-eyed, red-backed or dorsalis juncos. So they certainly thought I was an intruder, and when they got up into the Burro Mountains, they happily interbred. So, you know, the current taxonomy may not be right. White-winged junco, it's not entirely confined to the Black Hills. Mernsai is the pink-sided junco, sometimes placed with the Oregon group, but I think that's a really distinct taxon. And by the way, it's way over-reported because what's shown in the field guides, or most of the field guides, is not Mernsai. So that leads to the massive confusion. Most of the field guides illustrate female Oregon juncos and label them pink-sided. My rant for the moment.
All right. Well, I think that ties up all the questions that we have. Tom, thank you so much for your presentation. Lara, thank you so much for your help on it. We're really glad to learn these interesting things about taxonomy. And we have another really scintillating program coming up. We're going to take a short break, and then at 6 o'clock, we'll have our keynote program with Rosemary Mosco. If you have not seen her before, she is a total delight.
Hello, everybody. We are going to get started here with our last program of the evening, and it's going to be with Rosemary Mosco. Hi, Rosemary.
Hi. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good.
It's nice to actually see you in person.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I had the wonderful privilege of talking with Rosemary yesterday, and we kind of acquainted ourselves with each other, and we are so fortunate to have Rosemary. You're gonna love her. Let me give you a quick introduction, Rosemary. So you probably, all of you, if you have read the program, it's all on there as to what she has done and everything. I sometimes have a very hard time understanding who a person is just by reading the stuff, which is why I ended up talking with her. The thing that is probably understated in the whole thing is how humorous Rosemary is. She is truly witty. The other thing that was very interesting to me was when I read that she's the creator of the web comic Bird and Moon. Being a boomer, I have no idea what that means. So I actually went online and looked at your web comic Bird and Moon, and I see what it is. It's an online comic strip. And that made so much more sense to me. I go, what's a web comic? I have no idea what that is. And then when I saw that web, I go, it's a web comic strip. And Rosemary, it reminded me of just reading Doonesbury. And just the whole humor and what you're trying to portray and your style of arts and everything like that remind me of that. It was perfect. You're so talented. And, you know, when I read through all your stuff of what you did, you're an award-winning, you know, your strip is award-winning, your Atlas Obscura Expert's Guide to the World's Most Adventured.
It's a long name. It took me about a month to learn how to say that.
I bet. But it was like a New York Times bestseller. You have been an award-winning museum exhibits. The thing that I find most fascinating on your website is your favorite glacial landform is the XR.
The Esker. Yeah.
Esker.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you are not a full-time nerd, holy mackerel, I find that so amazing. And after talking with you and knowing who you are, I think the best way I can describe you, at least for those of us that are out here in California, is one of my dearest friends is Keith Hansen, good friend of David Sibley out your way, since you hail from the Northeast. And like David Sibley in art ability, but in terms of communication, you remind me so much of my dear friend Keith. You are what I would describe as being extremely nimble-minded. You are so clever, your mind is always working, and what really comes across is that you are so in love with nature and you use nature as an art form and a way of communicating. So we are so looking forward to what you're going to present to us. You come so highly recommended, and thank you again, Rosemary.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Am I good to go? All right, let's get rolling. Thank you so much. That was such a kind introduction. Okay, let's see. So hi, everybody. I'm Rosemary Mosco. I'm a science cartoonist and a writer. And I am absolutely thrilled to be speaking with you, although I'm a little sad that I can't be there with you in person. And I'm going to go into that a little bit. So this is approximately my range. So you can see that I tend to hang out around the Northeast most of the year, although sometimes in the winter I'm found as far south as Florida, so you can spot me there. But you are all the way over on the other side of the continent, and that makes me really sad because our ranges are definitely not overlapping at the moment. And what makes me even more sad is that I've consulted all available evidence, that is all the bird lists for your festival. And I can say that the birds in your area are objectively better than the birds in my area. So here is my evidence for that. So I looked at all your hummingbirds, and you have a lot, even though some of them you don't see all the time. And here is the one hummingbird that I get to see. So I took all those hummingbirds and I added up their weights. And as you can see, you have about 24 grams of hummingbird if you took one of each species, and I only have 4 grams of hummingbird. And the difference between those two amounts is about 1 Say's phoebe, which is also a bird that we don't get in the Northeast very much. So I think that conclusively proves that you're objectively better. If you want more evidence, though, you have phainopepla, and we have northern cardinal, and northern cardinals are great. But the first time I saw phainopepla, it just about knocked my socks off. So yeah, I'm pretty jealous. You also have all those gorgeous waterfowl. You have cinnamon teal, which again, the first time I saw those blew my mind. We don't have those where I'm at. We do have some interesting waterfowl, though. For example, we have 2 morphs of the northern shoveler, which a lot of people don't know. So there's the green and sort of burgundy one that is pretty typical, that most people are familiar with. And then there's this sort of more gloomily colored northern shoveler that only comes out at certain times of the year. And that is absolutely the corniest duck joke I've ever made in my life, so I apologize. But you know, it's just not as cool as being where you're at. So, okay, who am I besides someone who makes really, really bad jokes about birds? Well, I am a science communicator, and that's someone who bridges the gap between scientists and the public. So I speak with scientists, I find out what they want to communicate. I speak with members of the public, I find out what they want to communicate, and I kind of try to act as a bridge between these different groups. But that sounds kind of nice and simple. It's really, really challenging. And because it's such a complex and difficult gap to bridge, I kind of need a Swiss Army knife of a whole bunch of different techniques. So my tools include writing and design, psychology, art, bad jokes about ducks, a lot of different things. And I blend all of these different things together as best I can. So in this talk, peppered with corny jokes about birds, I'm going to talk about how I came to mix all of these ingredients, and especially art, science, and humor, and how mixing these things together can help people appreciate and help birds. So a little bit about my story. So I grew up obsessed with birds, and I mean really obsessed. So my very first pair of little tiny Bushnell binoculars pretty much never left my pocket. You can see on the left, I'm using them there actually to look off of Torrey Pines in near Del Mar, California, which was an area that I used to get to visit sometimes in the winter. So I'm looking at all kinds of cool seabirds. And then on the right, that's me dressing as some kind of imaginary macaw species for Halloween. And I was a macaw for, I think, several Halloweens running. I grew up in Ottawa, Canada, which for those of you who don't know is the capital of your neighbor to the north, and you can see where it's located. You can also see that some of America is a little farther north than Ottawa, which I think is interesting, not just Alaska, but yeah, it's still a pretty chilly place. And remarkably, it's an outdoorsy city no matter the weather. This is what it looks like during good weather. So there's a tulip festival that happens every spring. And if you like all the same color of tulip, but a lot of them, and then next to that, all another color of tulip, you will love this festival. It's actually really, really beautiful. It's a pretty interesting thing to see. But in the winter, we are still going outside. So my city has the Guinness World Record for the largest naturally frozen ice rink. There are canals that run through the city, and those canals freeze over, and the surface gets polished, and you're able to skate on them, which is like really, really, really remarkable. I think it's just such a cool thing. So it's hard to see in this picture, but my high school is kind of hidden among the trees way in the back, at the back of that photo. So I used to skate to high school. So I split my time between being outside in nature, and this is such a Canadian childhood photo here. My mom had knitted my scarf, and being indoors reading newspaper cartoons. I was reading The Far Side, Calvin and Hobbes, Bloom County, For Better or For Worse, so many other newspaper cartoons, just kind of cozied up by the fire. And making my own cartoons too at every available opportunity. So here's a cartoon that I made. And the bird at the top is an American robin. And I'm pretty proud that I put some field marks in there too. So this worm down in the wormhole is saying, "There's that noise again, George. Go see if that's the milkman, George." And I find this comic funny because I am like 99% sure that I copied this joke from one of my joke books. I don't remember which one now. I haven't come across it again, but I'm pretty sure, mostly because although I do hail from the era of TVs having antennae on them, there was no milkman by the time I was making these cartoons. So I think I probably copied it. Here's another cartoon. I was really into dinosaurs. So this is a dinosaur called Parasaurolophus, but I made a pun, and her name is Parent Saurolophus. And she says, "I need a vacation." And she has all these little babies all over her. And that was also probably a joke from The Far Side or something similar. So I love nature exploration, and I love drawing. And I dreaded the moment that I would have to pick one of these things for a career, because I knew that was coming. I knew scientists. I knew what a scientist was, or I had a really, really kind of stock image view of a scientist, a man with crazy hair who's mixing chemicals. And I knew what an artist was. Again, a very stereotypical view, but I didn't know anyone who did both of these things for a job. So I figured, I'm going to have to pick one. These days, students are sort of more and more encouraged to add the arts to science, to not just learn art, but blend them all together. And that's where you get this idea of STEAM, so science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics, instead of just STEM. And that's cool, but there are still a lot of people who see science and art as two very separate things that are so unrelated. They're basically oil and water, and they can't be successfully blended together. I always love images like this because it's like, who did this? And I hope they don't plan to drink this beverage they've created. And you get this message that science and art are really separate if you Google science and art. So if you do that, you get images like this. So what this image shows is this top-down view of your brain, and half of your brain, this left half, is sort of dry and black and white and boring and very businessy, and that's the science half. And then you've got the art half, and it's bright and colorful and kind of random. And I'm going to zoom in on a little chunk here, and you can see it's got a bicycle and a mustache and a coffee cup. And I mean, if I had to pick a side, I'm going to pick this side, no matter what, because it just looks a lot more fun. And I actually collect these images, so I love sharing these. New ones are always coming across, my social media. The one in the bottom middle came across my Instagram feed pretty recently, and it's just another one of these images. And not only is this not, sorry, an object in front of me fell and made me very nervous. Not only is that not how the art and science work, but that's also not how the brain works. I mean, the brain is not two entirely separate objects that are not interconnected. So anyway, neurologists are also kind of peeved at these images. Some graphics do show a little bit of overlap. So check this out. You've got science and art, and in the very middle is wonder, which is a nebula for some reason. And that also doesn't help me design my career. But as I got older, I just kept making science art. I was so in love with science art. And I just kept doing it at every available opportunity. So this was something I made for 8th grade. And it was, I guess, a unit on evolution. And I think my joke here was that evolution is circular because eventually humans will invent objects that are just single-celled creatures and the whole thing will repeat. I don't know, it's some kind of silly joke, but I just love doing this kind of thing. And also over time, I started to formulate a plan. So here's my plan. At college, you have to do a major and you have to do a minor. And so I thought, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to major in science, I'm going to minor in art, or vice versa. And that way I'm going to be able to do both. So really proud of myself. I went up to my advisor and I sat down and I said, here's what I'm going to do. And he said, no. He said, these two colleges are so separate. There's no way for them to communicate in any way possible. You cannot do this. Which is sad because a few years later, my college created a Bachelor of Arts and Science, which is basically what I wanted to do, but I missed out on that by a few years. So I guess enough annoying little Rosemarys were showing up at their advisor saying, can I do this thing? Which is great for future students. But also my advisor was really, really wrong because there is a long-standing precedent and people have been blending science and art for tens of thousands of years. So here are a couple of my favorite examples of that. So here's one that I like to talk about all the time. This here is cave art that's about 30,000 years old. And it's cave art from France of an animal called a woolly rhinoceros that has gone extinct. So this is something that early humans got to see, but that we now only know from skeletons. And I think that there's a frozen or mummified young one, but we just don't know what they look like. But what's really cool about this art is that these cave artists really knew these creatures. I mean, they knew them so well because they were hunting them and experiencing these creatures, really in a really tactile way. So you can see from this image that there's something here that you wouldn't be able to reconstruct just from skeletons. And that's these sort of dark stripes that run down some of these animals' waists. So an artist named Mark Whitten created this beautiful piece of art, which is based on this cave art with this dark stripe down the waist and also sort of a hump on the back, which is another thing that doesn't really show up in some of these skeletons. And I just think it's so cool because it's sort of like a handshake between someone now and someone living 30,000 years ago. And here's a slightly more modern example. So a similar collaboration can help us understand the dodo bird, which I'm going to talk about again near the end of my talk because I'm going to talk about pigeons. So maybe try to figure out what the connection is there and hold that thought. So a lot of the early art of the dodo is based on really inaccurate accounts. This is taxidermy that's in the Natural History Museum in London, but it's not real taxidermy. This is fake. It's made really expertly from like goose and ostrich feathers. And it's also based on kind of third, fourth hand accounts of this dodo, imagining it as this white bird that's kind of chunky and really clumsy. And just a lot of these artists hadn't actually seen a dodo because sadly they went extinct. So for a long time, this is what we thought they looked like. And then we came across some other art, like this beautiful painting by Ustad Mansour, which shows a dodo bird and some other birds. And this was done in the 17th century in the court of the Mughal emperors in sort of the Indian subcontinent area. And the Mughal emperors had dodos that they had sort of imported as their pets. So Ustad Mansour painted this based on real live dodos. And then the art went undiscovered until 1950. So artists have used this to make much more accurate art of the dodo, like Michael Hansen has done here. And you can see there's maybe a little bit of blue on their chin, little bit of dark with this really bright eye. It's just so cool that this is, again, you know, a handshake across hundreds of years between artists. But if I wanted proof that science and the arts mesh really well, I could have just looked at my bookshelf, right? Because we all have field guides in our bookshelves. And these were my two earliest field guides. I had a Peterson guide to Eastern birds, and I had my golden guide. You know, so many of us had that golden guide. And I've done a few comics about these field guides because they've been so influential to me. So I'm going to talk about one of those really quick. So the Peterson guide had this notorious page called Confusing Fall Warblers, and they've since changed it. But because it is sort of an unfortunate name for the section, but I get it. I mean, fall warblers can be really confusing when you haven't memorized a lot of the field marks there. So inspired by Confusing Fall Warblers, I thought, well, what if I made a comic about this page that was so important to me when I was a kid? And could I kind of riff on it and make warblers even more confusing? So I started with maybe the most confusing fall warbler, which is the bay pole, they call it. So it's a bay-breasted or a black pole. They have, you know, really similar characteristics, and they can be tricky to tell apart. And then I thought, okay, how can I make this bird even more confusing? So I thought, well, I'll add even more field marks from even more species. So I made the bay-breasted or black pole or Canada or ovenbird. So I guess this is a bay pole nada oven or something. So I thought, okay, that's good, but can I make it even more confusing? And one way to do that was just, okay, well, what's the most confusing image I can think of? What about that really old image of the duck that's also a rabbit, depending on which way you're looking at it? So I made the duck or rabbit warbler. And then I needed one more panel. So I thought, okay, well, now I'm gonna really get confusing. Okay, who is the most confusing and baffling visually artist I can think of? And I was thinking, well, MC Escher, right? With the, you know, the impossible stairs and all that. And one of his illustrations has this fellow here holding a cube that has become known as the impossible cube. So you can see it's not a cube that could ever exist. So then I drew this abomination and I named it Sibley's Impossibility Cube after, of course, the great David Sibley. So if you see this bird out while you're bird watching, you know what, just put down the binoculars, go home, have a nice nap, go bird watching again tomorrow. It'll all be better. So back to my story. So slowly over time, it became clear to me that science and art had a really long history. And you know, they're not two very separate things, and they're not two things with a tiny little bit of overlap that's called wonder, I guess. But I really think that they are one and the same, and that art and science can reinforce and help each other. So I love this quote by Einstein. He says, after a certain high level of technical skill is achieved, science and art tend to coalesce in aesthetics, plasticity, and form. The greatest scientists are always artists as well. So you're doing okay when Einstein is on your side. So I had the big picture, which was great, but what about the more practical stuff? Like, what about school? So I wound up majoring in anthropology, which was cool, like really, really fascinating and was useful, but just wasn't the right fit for me. It was kind of a desperate attempt to do science and art and culture. But then I got a master's from the University of Vermont's Field Naturals program, which was a way better fit because I was the artist in my 9-student cohort. And I, had a lot of science to catch up on, but they really were encouraging, bringing in art, and that was really awesome. So after school, I tried a few different things. I did a bunch of writing. I worked for Mass Audubon. So here's, a story that I wrote for them. And I did some field work and I led some cool local field walks and I got to do some design. It was really fun to do this pint glass for the Northeastern Herpetological Society meeting because it was kind of cool to imagine herpetologists drinking, from my pint glass after a long day out in the field. But there was one piece that I was missing, and it was a pretty critically important piece, and that piece was humor. So Humor isn't just fun. You can use it to spread science. And I like to say that humor gives science wings. So if you attach a little bit of humor to even the driest fact, it will spread way farther than you think it possibly could. And in fact, I guarantee that you have learned some science from humor. And I'm sure you can think of some examples. Here are a couple from my experience where I absolutely learned some natural science from humor. So I read Calvin and Hobbes a lot as a kid. And a lot of you probably remember this comic strip where there's a song sparrow, and the song sparrow lands on a branch, and it's so beautiful. And then it bursts forth in rapturous melody, but it's just Calvin singing on top of spaghetti really loud and horribly, and he gets thrown out of the house. And that was my first exposure to a song sparrow. And you can see that is a really good illustration of a song sparrow. I mean, Bill Watterson knew his stuff. That's a really nice, beautiful song sparrow there. And here's another example. So I grew up in the age where everybody would sit around the TV and watch The Simpsons, the whole family. So there was one episode where Lisa Simpson is telling Maggie Simpson, here are some words you should learn that are more animals that are a little more interesting than our typical ones. And one of them was a zebu. And that's this type of cattle on the bottom right that has this kind of hump on its back. So that's how I know what a zebu is. I've never seen a zebu, but that's still stuck in my head. So that's pretty powerful. So I took all these pieces and I kind of mixed them together, and I started making cartoons, and I put them on a website called birdandmoon.com. But wait, why did I make comics when there's so many other ways to mix art and science and humor? And there really are so many other ways. So here's one of my favorite examples. If you haven't seen this book or the other books in the series, you have to go check them out. So this is a field guide to little known and seldom seen birds of North America by Ben Catherine and John Sill. And these are fake field guides with exquisite watercolors of totally hilarious imaginary birds. So one of my favorites is this Omaha dabbler here. So this is a bird that was only seen by one fisherman. And he saw it up in a pine tree, but he only saw the head. And then he saw it down in the water, and he only saw the tail. So he hypothesized, this bird that has never been seen before. And so you can see the reconstruction here. And they hypothesized that maybe the male has a slightly larger dotted line section in between those two parts. So good. And here's another example. So Jamie Margery, this is just a little excerpt from a video that she did, but there was this great video of the superb bird of paradise trying to impress its mate. It's people dressed up as the male and female bird of paradise. And you should go see the whole thing because it's so funny. So there's so many people doing really good stuff like this. But comics wound up fitting into my skill set, my ability to write and draw. So they kind of, were something that I thought I could contribute, even though there's lots of other really good ways to do this. And also comics have a couple of surprising benefits. So here are a couple of secrets of comics that you need to know. So one of them is that comics are a really wide-ranging medium, and they aren't just for kids. So a lot of people see my books and they immediately think, I'm going to get that for a kid that I know. And I write some books for kids, and that's really great, but some of my cartoons are for grown-ups too. And a lot of the biology ones are aimed at biologists. So when you see comics, don't just think kids. I mean, there are some really great comics for kids like Dog Man, which is a #1 New York Times bestseller, like really, really super successful book, or like Guinea Pig, which is a really cute little series by Colleen Venable and Stephanie Yu. But some comics are for adults, and they are serious journalism and history. So on the left, Art Spiegelman's hit series Mouse, which is based on his father's experience in the Holocaust. Really, really dark, really intense, powerful stuff. And on the right, not a lot of people know that the late great civil rights activist and Senator John Lewis co-wrote a comic book series called March about the civil rights movement, which is unflinching and really powerful and really great. Again, geared for older kids or adults. And one more secret about comics, which is that you probably read comics all the time without knowing it, because comics really are for everyone. So here is my favorite example. I'm going to prove it to you, even if you're listening to me and thinking, oh, no, I don't really read comics. And that is this. When you get on an airplane, you are facing in the seat back pocket in front of you a comic book. It's a really unentertaining comic book, but it's a comic book designed to help you in case, the worst happens. And the reason it's in this comic book form is because people are pretty good at understanding cartoons. Similarly, so many of us got to see these fun cartoons at the start of the pandemic, especially. And I know you might be looking at these and thinking, oh, that's not really a cartoon, but it's got all the elements. It's got, time passing between all the little squares or the little panels. It's got art, it's got writing, it's got motion, it's simplified graphics. So it's pretty much a cartoon. It's just not a really funny one. So comics are everywhere and they can help everyone learn and find more joy in the world, which is why I love them. And I use my comics to connect with other birders and share the joy that I find in bird watching. So here's an example of a cartoon inspired by the bird watching experience, one that I just finished just the other day. So early on, I mentioned waterfowl and how I'm jealous of all your waterfowl. So I love watching our local waterfowl in the winter, and my favorite ones are the more unusual birds. So these are a few, mediocre bird photos that I took, but this is a hooded merganser, a really unusual looking bird. And then we've got the northern shoveler, which just that bill is so amazing. And then the king eider, I was lucky enough to see a king eider that kind of strayed to my area, and boy, are they odd looking. I love them so much. But the thing is, we humans are novelty seekers, and we get excited by all those ducks, but we get really excited by the weird hybrids, right? So here are a couple really amazing hybrids that kind of take the whole thing to the next level. So this is a cinnamon teal, blue-winged teal hybrid. Look at that eye, that red eye from the cinnamon teal. It's so cool. And this might be my favorite, a hooded merganser. Barrow's goldeneye hybrid. I mean, you can see there's a little bit of a purple sheen to that head crest. That's so cool. So recently I was sort of sketching out a bunch of my favorite ducks with my favorite really weird, unique traits. And I started to think oh, what if I could take this sort of to a new level? So I created this best duck image here. So you can see all the different ducks, and I pulled all of these different little elements from them. So if any of you are unethical genetic engineers or mad scientists and want to talk to me after this presentation, please reach out, because I have the drive, if not the means, to accomplish this goal. So I make comics that celebrate birds, but sometimes by accident, I am celebrating the common experiences that humans and animals have. Sometimes I try to do that on purpose to show, that these animals are not so dissimilar from us. But here's an example of a time that I did this, and it was totally an accident. So we all know bird behavior is just about the most amazing and bizarre thing. I mean, you've got your skimmers. This is an African skimmer. Because I unfortunately couldn't find a GIF of the black skimmer that we have here. But, this is a bird that swims along, longer lower bill than upper bill, swimming along, skimming the water, and then snapping its bill when it comes across a cool fish. It's just such strange behavior. This one reminds me of my dance technique from middle school. This is Jackson's widow bird, trying to impress a female and just really giving it his all, really jumping up and down in a straight line. And also very similar to my middle school dancing attempts, this is an American woodcock doing a behavior that, as far as I know, there are theories, but we don't have inclusive evidence why exactly they do this. But thank goodness they do, because it's so great. So this behavior can be really funny and interesting, but so much of this behavior is instinctive, just like a lot of our behavior is. So I started to wonder, do birds ever hit a point where they ask themselves, okay, why am I doing this? So I made this cartoon based on that. So it's called Instinct is Weird. And this yellow warbler says, I made this for some reason. These are my smooth, round children. Oh no. Now it's loud. Help. So I just thought this was kind of a funny idea. And I literally came up with it. I woke up in the middle of the night and texted myself this absolutely incomprehensible email that I later realized was a script for this cartoon. but a lot of my friends found it really relatable, and I was really surprised. And people online were sharing it around in groups that I didn't expect, like parenting groups. So, lots and lots of people have babies, and babies are wonderful and amazing. And also, my friends who are parents sometimes look at their babies and think, I made this. Why did I make this? It's very loud. And so I think that they are empathizing with our yellow warbler in having that same experience. So I've been focusing on the funnier stuff in this talk because I think we could all use some sort of more cheerful, funny stuff. But I did want to mention that I also make comics about helping wildlife and addressing certain issues, and so do a lot of other cartoonists too. I'm going to share one more example at the end of the talk, but that's another powerful thing that comics can do. So I'm not going to go through this comic that I have here on the right, but I made it in collaboration with the Fatal Light Awareness Program, FLAP, which is a Canadian organization that works to stop birds from hitting windows. And I worked with them to make sure all the writing and the facts were accurate. And it's really cool that comics can help people address these very particular issues. So I love making cartoons, but my main job is making books. But that doesn't mean that I'm not still cartooning, because I use my cartooning to illustrate some of my books. So for the last few minutes that we have, I'm going to talk about my latest book, which is called A Pocket Guide to Pigeon Watching, Getting to Know the World's Most Misunderstood Bird. And it uses cartoons. So it's entirely illustrated with cartoons. So this is a part of the presentation where I'm just going to bombard you with pigeon related propaganda. So get ready, because I am about to drop a bunch of it right on you in your car. So when was the last time that you really thought about pigeons? I mean, you're birders, so it's probable that you think about them a little more than most people, but for a lot of us, pigeons are just sort of there. They might be annoying to you, they might clutter up your eBird list, they might poop on your car, but otherwise they're just sort of these background creatures. But I wrote this book because when you really look closely at a pigeon, you will find that they're amazing, and I wanted to change share some of those really, really strange facts. So here are just 3 of the most amazing things about pigeons. They will ride the subway, they will live in castles, and both mom and dad pigeons will make milk to feed their babies. So that's just a little taste of some of the weirdness of pigeons. So let's take a closer look at them and find out why, at least I think you should be watching them a little more closely when you're out bird watching. So first, what exactly is a pigeon? Well, pigeons are birds in the scientific family Columbidae, and that comes from a Latin word for pigeon or dove. And it's a really remarkable family with all sorts of pigeons and doves and other creatures. Real quick, I want to mention there is no scientific distinction between pigeons and doves. So in English, we've assigned the words pigeon and dove randomly to birds within the family Columbidae without any sense of who's related to who. So it's not really a meaningful distinction. And even with our city pigeons, we call them rock pigeons or we call them rock doves. There's no real difference, which is cool because even though we have these good connotations about doves and bad connotations about pigeons, there is no difference between the pigeons that poop on your car and the bird that Noah released from the ark to find land. So really just Noah took a pigeon and hucked it out the side of his boat and said, go find me some land and bring it back. And he's lucky that it brought back, olive leaves and not some hot dog buns. So one of the coolest members of the pigeon family is the dodo. And here's that image of a dodo from earlier on. They've been reassigned to be part of Columbidae. And if you look at this bird, you can see there's a lot of pigeoniness about the dodo, which I think is really cool. That bill and that eye and sort of the sort of stocky legs, it's pretty neat. This is my favorite living member of the family Columbidae. It's the Nicobar pigeon. It's native to Southeast Asia, and I just love that it's glossy from head to toe. It's so, so, so beautiful. This is an animal whose ecological niche is to run around on the ground and eat the poop of other fruit-eating birds and pigeons that are high up in the trees, and it's able to digest some of the seeds that other birds can't. So it's beautiful and it's awkward, which is like very family Columbidae. But when I say pigeon, I'm focusing on the city pigeon. That's columbolivia, the word livia coming from a word that means that sort of stormy blue-gray color. It's also known as the rock pigeon, the rock dove, the common pigeon, the rat with wings. Hey, you get off my balcony, and so much more, a lot of which is not very friendly. So for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna be calling columbolivia the pigeon, but just know that there are a lot of other really cool pigeons out there. Now, the wild ancestors of today's pigeons lived in parts of Europe, Africa, and Asia. So this is a really rough map that I pulled from Wikipedia. Nobody knows exactly where those pigeons lived because for the most part, they've been replaced. And I'm going to talk about that in just a second. So you'll see this is kind of a vague rough map, but columbolivia was native to parts of Europe, Southern Europe. You can see there's a little bit along the northern coast of the UK. There's parts of Asia, almost all of India, a lot of North Africa, chunks of the Middle East. You can see it's kind of a messy distribution. So here's where pigeons and people started to connect. It's ridiculously early. So about 12,000 years ago, people in this area of the Middle East known as the Fertile Crescent started to build permanent settlements and farm the land. And you can see on the right there, there's kind of a map of the Fertile Crescent. It's vaguely crescent shaped. And what was really important was that we started to grow grain. So pigeons and people, if you think about it, like so much of our food consumption is grains and legumes and all that stuff. And the pigeons were really excited that we were growing this stuff because they could just come and nibble on it. And at some point, we don't know when, probably happened a bunch of different times, people started to think, hey, those pigeons could be useful. So they tamed them, they built homes for them, and they shaped them by controlling their breeding. They domesticated them just like the horse, the cow, the pig, the chicken, the dog, the cat, all those good domesticated animals. Okay, so hold up. Why would you domesticate pigeons? If I could make a record scratch sound with my mouth, I would do that, because why? Like you look at a dog or you look at a horse, you think, oh yeah, I know why we would domesticate that, but a pigeon. So the thing is, pigeons are secretly really, really useful. And I like to think of them as the Swiss Army knife of birds, in that they have so many uses. The thing is that one of the tools is just a big old pile of poop. Because one of the things that pigeons are really useful for is their poop. You can fertilize crops with their poop. And this was especially useful in areas of the Middle East and other areas where the soil needed a little bit of nutrient input. So this poop was just gold. It also turns out that pigeon poop has saltpeter, which is one of the 3 key ingredients in gunpowder. And also you can use this poop for leather working, which is pretty cool. So it's pretty valuable. But there's another really good reason to domesticate pigeons, and that is that you can eat them. So yeah, a lot of us in North America think about eating a pigeon, we get kind of grossed out, but that's really like because we're in a particular place and time. People all over the world will eat pigeons, and also North Americans ate pigeons up until just a few decades ago, and so many pigeons. And then we replaced them with the chicken eventually, and we kind of forgot all of our pigeon eating ways. And this is an image of a pigeon pie. And that's really just the start. Pigeons can be pets. Pigeons can carry messages. If you carry them really far from their home base and you tie a little note to their ankle and release them, they will fly back home really quickly, really efficiently, and carry your message. It's only a one-way thing, which is too bad. People have tried to train them to fly 2 ways and it doesn't really work. You can have pigeons compete in races, which is kind of a similar thing. You release them really far away. You put a little RFID tag on their leg that gets scanned when they fly back, and that gets sent to the race organizers to kind of calculate how far and how fast they went. And that's like a multi-billion-dollar industry. They can also be bred for their appearance, for their behavior, for making unique sounds, and so much more. Like this little fellow on the right here, who is basically an early drone. People used to strap cameras to pigeons and release them in the sky and take images of, the local fairgrounds or wherever these were set up. So pigeons became important, and I mean really important. So the only people in some places who were allowed to keep pigeons were the super rich, and they kept them in these fancy castles like you can see here on the right. So I like to say that pigeons are or were the Ferrari of birds. And in fact, part of the beef during the French Revolution was that the poor were not allowed to keep pigeons. And one of the first things they did in the revolution was go to, some of where the rich people were living and destroy some of their fancy pigeon castles. And very quickly the rich said, okay, poor people, you're allowed to have pigeons, which didn't stop the revolution, but it was definitely one of the beefs. Pigeons were not just high class, though, they were also decorated war heroes. So yes, that is a pigeon with a medal around its neck. There are so many different war hero pigeons. This is just one. G.I. Joe was a hero during World War II. And the soldiers that G.I. Joe was with wound up liberating an Italian town a few days early. So they were really worried that that town was going to get bombarded by friendly fire. So they released G.I. Joe with one of these little capsules that you can see on the bottom right, little note in there, and they released him, and he made it back to base and managed to save the lives of all of the soldiers, and has this adorable little medal that says gallantry, which he looks really happy about. What about North America? What was the situation here? Well, there was already a widespread and highly delicious pigeon species in North America that many indigenous peoples relied on, and it was really culturally and nutritionally important. And that was the passenger pigeon. So yeah, people here used to eat lots and lots and lots of passenger pigeon. We all know how that went. So colonists showed up and destroyed them all. And we didn't just destroy the habitat, colonists also ate them out of existence, because again, we used to eat a lot of pigeon. So colonists ate a whole bunch of pigeon. And this is the strange thing, is that colonists destroyed the passenger pigeon, but installed their own pigeons. So in the early 1600s, colonists brought over the rock dove, Columba livia, because they could not imagine civilization without pigeons. Like, it's hard to imagine, but they could not imagine survival without these birds. And some of them escaped and went feral. And that is why they're here, which I think is so wild to me, is that they're all just these little feral friends running around trying to hang out near humans, which is where they like to be. So if pigeons were once so beloved, how did they go from, Mr. Gallant here to, the brats of the sky? What happened to them? Well, a couple things happened. First off, they became obsolete technology. So they're sort of like an avian fax machine. That poop that we used to use, that got replaced with commercial fertilizer. And the pigeon meat that we used to eat, that got replaced with chicken, because you can raise chickens on a factory farm, and it's really hard to raise that many pigeons and get as much meat out of it. Partly because pigeons only have 2 babies at once; they don't have as many as a chicken. And our gallant friend here was replaced with the telegraph, and eventually the radio, and eventually the internet. So that was one reason, but the situation got a whole lot worse, especially in the 1960s in New York City, because people started to blame pigeons for disease. So in 1963, some people passed away from meningitis in New York City, and officials said it's the pigeon's fault, which it was not at all. It's kind of sad, but the officials said there was this miasma of pigeon disease. It was spreading up and down the coast, and everyone was going to die unless we killed all the pigeons, which obviously they didn't succeed in doing, and that would have been really hard in New York City. But that was kind of their downfall. That's around when the rats with wings thing really took hold. So this hate for pigeons is a pretty new thing, and that's partly because we've forgotten where pigeons come from. So to understand pigeons, you need to look at their purebred ancestors, which are so entertaining to look at, like so fun. So let's take a look at just a few. So there are spectacularly colored purebred pigeons. Right now, what we're looking at is like the Great Dane or the Chihuahua or the AKC Pride dog, prize-winning dog version of pigeons. So there's a Modena on the left, this beautiful Nuremberg lark on the right. And then there are pigeons with fancy foot feathers and eyes. So this is a Saxon fairy swallow, which has these beautiful dark eyes, and also these long feathers on its feet. So what's going on there is that a gene that's expressed in the wings is being expressed in the legs and basically giving it foot wings, which is really cool. And there are birds with fancy crests like this Jacobin pigeon. And I have this helpful diagram on the right because it's really hard to tell where this bird's head is, because the head is almost totally obscured by the feathers. They can see a head, but they can't really see around them. And they just look like they're wearing a feather boa. And I think it is really cool. Someone told me that these birds look like a rich, well-to-do divorcee, which I think is pretty hilarious. So because of this ancestry, feral pigeons are really cool looking. I mean, they come in all these different colors, all these different eye colors, all these different bills. The bird on the top left is what they would look like in the wild, but then these ones on the bottom are some of the many, many, many color possibilities that you get, which is really fun. And it's not just about color. This researcher, Elizabeth Carlin, has sent me these photos from some of her work in New York City, where she catches pigeons with a cannon that fires a net. She puts down some bread and then, fires this net at the pigeons. I don't think it's bread. I think it's more approved feed. And she measures all of the pigeons and then she lets them go. But here's one she found on the left with a fancy crest, like that Saxon fairy swallow, and on the right one with fancy feathery feet. And this might be my favorite fact here, which is that wing patterns vary a lot too. So on the left, that's the bird that, is what the wild ancestor of these pigeons look like. But these birds on the right, so you'll see a lot of city pigeons that have these speckledy wings. And that seems to be because at some point in the past, humans took this other closely related bird, the African speckled pigeon Columba guinea, and interbred it with the rock dove to make some kind of cool hybrid. And those genes are still around and the population is still popping up. And that's even more evidence that this is an animal that we've basically created. Okay, so once you start noticing the cool colors and patterns, you're going to notice some other fun stuff like behaviors. So let's look at a few of the funniest behaviors, just a couple. So love. If you want someone to emulate in terms of love and affection, you could do a lot worse than pigeons. They are huge romantics. Pairs stick together for life. They don't tend to cheat very much, which is surprising because birds, tend to do that a lot, but pigeons are weirdly loyal and they sing and dance to impress their mates. So when you see a pigeon doing that bobbing and neck fluffing thing, it's trying to show off to its partner. Nesting. So some bird species in the world make spectacular nests, like this weaver bird here, which has created this absolute work of art using only its bill, which is really impressive. So I would give that bird a 10 out of 10 and tell it that it's done a great job. And then you've got the pigeon. So this is pretty typical for a pigeon nest, but don't blame the pigeon because pigeons don't have to build cup-like nests in a tree. Pigeons nest in flat areas and cliffs. They would nest in little caves and cliffs. So all they needed to do was throw down a few sticks to keep the egg from rolling too far, put down an egg, they're all set. And this is a pigeon doing what it's bred to do, which is, nesting near a human. Like, check it out, human, I made this beautiful egg for you. But we don't tend to think that it's that cool a nest. You tried very hard. Okay, milk. So both male and female pigeons make milk for their young. It is made in a part of their digestive system called the crop, a part of their esophagus. And this crop milk is so amazing. It is stimulated by the hormone prolactin, which, if you or someone is someone who is lactating, you'll be really familiar with prolactin. It's got fats in it. It's got proteins in it. It's got antioxidants. It boosts the immune system. It's just weirdly similar to human milk, and it evolved totally independently. It's just so cool to me that evolution stumbled on this idea, multiple times. So I think pigeons are pretty cool to watch, but if I have not convinced you, then maybe this friend here can convince you, because who does not love seeing peregrine falcons or other incredible birds of prey? And pigeons are prey for so many birds of prey. That's their #1 urban predator. So one of the best ways I know of to find falcons or hawks or accipiters like a Cooper's hawk, or even goshawk in some places like Berlin where they have urban ones, is to look for a flock of pigeons bursting into the air. They do it because they're worried about an aerial predator a lot of the time. So you can see some really cool birds of prey. So there's a lot to enjoy about pigeons, and lately people are falling in love with them more and more. And I have a few ideas about why that is, but one of them is just that we all really love underdogs. Sometimes their struggles are just really relatable. So everyone's been sending me this photo from the Wildlife Comedy Photography Awards. And I, as someone who's living in the Northeast with fall, you know, having slammed right in my face, I totally empathize with this bird. And also check out those speckledy wings. There's that African speckled pigeon, you know, gene popping up. Watching pigeons is easy, and pigeons connect us with nature, history, and humanity. And that's really what pigeons are able to give to us, which is an awful lot. There are other things that they give to us too. So really they're just the gift that keeps on giving. So I love sharing my books and cartoons with people, and sometimes it can be really intimidating. It is really intimidating to put a cartoon online and then see comments trickle in, and you know, people are reacting to your work and telling you what they think behind the safety of a screen immediately. It can be really, really scary, but luckily people are pretty nice most of the time. And also I know that I am not alone. I'm part of a big flock of bird cartoonists. So I'm going to share just 4 quick examples of some of my favorite nature cartoons that I think you should go check out. So one of them is Chuck Draws Things, who does cartoons about mental illness seen through the eyes of a pigeon. So I really like this one. And again, not really funny, but I think really sweet. So this says, lately I've been feeling like the world is an ugly place. To be honest, it was too much to face for a bit. Eventually, though, I got back up. It was hard and I didn't really want to, but in a world that seems to want to keep me down, I feel a bit of power in carrying on, which I think is really sweet. False Knees. If you don't know False Knees, unbelievably cool cartoonist, really knows his birds, really, really detailed. So he worked with an organization, I think related to Flap Canada, or part of Flap Canada, that I worked with earlier, to put his spin on, you know, using technology to stop birds from hitting windows. So here he's illustrated this stuff called feather-friendly tape that can put little dots on your windows. So this Blackburnian warbler says, hey, I bet you $5 you can't fly through those open windows. And the other one says, no way, those windows are obviously closed. That house has the latest in preventative bird window collision technology. And she continues to talk, and he thinks, I really needed $5. And then there's Chicken Thoughts. So Chicken Thoughts does cartoons about birds that are pet birds. So here this bird says to this cockatiel says to this cockatoo, we can't believe you're 80. Got any wisdom for us? Thinks, And he says, the bird in the mirror was you all along. So one more example, there are also a lot of non-bird cartoonists that I really like. Franz Anthony is one of them, or more artists than cartoonists. So here he has taken Vermeer's classic, The Girl with the Pearl Earring, and reimagined it as Krill with a pearl earring, which never fails to amuse me. It's so beautifully done. So it's totally worth getting this and framing it and putting it in your hallway, especially if you're a marine biologist. So I feel privileged to be part of this flock. And though making comics for an online audience can be really vulnerable sometimes, it's all worthwhile if I get to help someone understand birds, or help them out, or just appreciate all their weirdness. And it is all worthwhile if I get to talk to people like you. So thank you so much for inviting me, and thanks so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. We have a couple of questions from the group. So let's see. I'm pulling up my picture so you can see me. There we are. And Q&A. So is there any evidence, this is from Jim Rowath, is there any evidence that passenger pigeons interbred with rock pigeons?
Oh, not as far as I know. I would be really curious. I think they're different genera for sure. So I don't know if that would be possible, although that doesn't necessarily mean anything in the world of bird hybridization, but not as far as I know. They were migratory, they were very wild, and our birds like to stick around near people. So I'm thinking probably not, but it would be cool to find out if that had happened.
Yeah. And I'll give people a chance to get a couple more questions in. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to ask you a question that I have. I have someone in my life who is an artist and who's also interested in science, and they're very young. And I know when you were going to school, there weren't a lot of programs that did what you do now. Are there more programs now that do that?
Yes. Yeah, they're around. They come and go. You kind of have to suss them out. So there's scientific illustration programs. There's science. There's lots of science communication sort of certificates and things that you can get. There's science journalism. There are also art schools now that offer science classes too. So I'm not aware of all the ones that are around there, but I know there are a lot more. And every now and then I bump up against a new one and I'm like, oh, this exists. So yeah, they should keep at it. It'll be a bit of a winding road, but there are more and more ways to do that, and more people appreciate it. And yeah, I think it's important. So good luck. I hope that this young one is able to navigate those waters and make some cool stuff.
Yeah, and they're familiar with your work. So you're inspiring people. All right. Here's a question. How did you get interested in pigeons?
I grew up in cities and I grew up bird watching. And my dad, who was from the Lower East Side of Manhattan, I dedicated my book to him. He grew up really, really poor in the tenements. He was sort of confused. He had this, he married this woman from Canada who was really outdoorsy and really into nature. And he was just like, there's a lot of different birds. And I remember him telling me when he was growing up that there were basically three birds. There were seagulls, there were the little brown ones, which were house sparrows, and there were the bigger gray ones, which were pigeons. So they really made an impact on him. And so I was thinking, like, if I made a book about pigeons, then, people who live in cities could learn more about those birds and get into bird watching that way too, which is how he did. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping to do.
All right. Yeah. And another question, this is from Sammy. Have you allowed any shirt art of your work? So is your work available on t-shirts?
I have a couple t-shirts. It's tricky to find companies that do it like more ethically. I don't know. I like, also my stuff has a lot of different colors and a lot of it is hard to read when it's printed small. So there's a couple of them up in my store, but maybe not as many as you might want. So sorry about that. Mm-hmm. If you want to make a t-shirt of something I did, drop me an email because I can send you a bigger version. We can figure something out.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that might be the last of the questions that we have. Thank you so very much for being here with us tonight and sharing your creative mind and just the wonder of what you do. I'm going to bring on David now, or ask David to bring himself on. And there he is. And he's going to wrap it up for the night.
Great.
Wonderful.
Thank you so
Jen.
Much.
Thank you, Rosemary.
Thank you.
You were wonderful, as expected. Yes, thank you. I think I failed to mention that our ability to get Rosemary, the connection was to our very own Jen. Jen helps to put on the San Diego Bird Festival. And she's also very talented, obviously, in all of the tech aspects of putting on an event. But it was Jen that helped us to get Rosemary. So thank you, Jen. You were absolutely right in recommending her. She is wonderful. Thank you, Rosemary, again. You are extremely entertaining, humorous. We learned a lot. Thanks again. Really wish that you could have been here in person. If we had a live event, and you were here with us and you were visiting for the weekend, you would have been so loved here. And I think we would have all fallen in love with you, just be able to get to see you face to face. But I'm glad we could get you virtually. I want to thank all of our other speakers as well. Thank you, Ed Pandolfino. Thank you, John Dunn. Thank you, Lara Tseng, for all that you did today. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Cliff, for the work that you did with the scholarship students. And thank you again, Jen, for all of your work and helping us through this event thus far. We're going to sign off for the evening, but we will start again tomorrow at 1. I will come out and we'll just kind of get ourselves started. We will immediately go into the Bird ID panel with Ed Harper starting tomorrow afternoon. And that is often one of our favorite events that we have put on forever. It's if you have not heard it, if you have not participated in it, you'll be amazed. It's extremely educational. Ed Harper's photography is just the very best. And we have a wonderful lineup of panelists that will definitely entertain you. So join us again at 1. And thanks again and have a good, safe evening. Good night.